1 minute till air.
Thank you, Beverly.
You're welcome.
What's up, friends? Long time no see.
Thirty seconds. Now.
I'm going to wait a few minutes just to give folks a chance to sign in. I know the mayor's on the way. Sorry, everyone. We just got off of another meeting a few minutes ago, and so it's taking a little time for people to sign back in.
This meeting is being recorded.
So I think we'll just wait a few minutes for our colleagues. All right, I think we have a quorum. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting of this work session of the Durham City Council to order. It is June 10th, 2021 at 1:01 p.m. And thank God the mayor's here to take it over. Go for it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you for presiding earlier. I have a grandbaby who I've now met. I know, little Josephine.
Oh,
She's gorgeous and soft and all the good things that grandbabies are. So
did you sniff her little baby head?
Everything, I did it all. Yeah, it was pretty wonderful. Anyway, thank you for letting me get away to do that. And I'll fill myself in. I've just talked briefly to Councilmember Caballero. She caught me up on a couple things but I'll look forward to talking to you all and finding out more. All righty, we are now going to move into our regular work session. And I guess did you already call us to order, Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
I did, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Caballero?
Here.
Councilmember Freelon? Councilmember Freeman?
Present.
Councilmember Middleton?
Here.
Councilmember Reese?
Here.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll now ask if there are any announcements by members of the council. I know that Councilmember Freelon has an announcement regarding one of our appointments, but we'll deal with that when he gets here. Councilmember Freeman and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share a bit of an update just on the HB 324 letter or resolution, just noting that our great and wonderful DPS board member, Giovanni Lewis, has taken the lead and crafted the actual resolution, and I'm just working with her to get it nailed down so that it can transfer over. She shared it, and I will share it with you all just as soon as possible. I know it's taking a little bit longer than I was hoping for, but I think it's important that the level of intensity of information that she added should be incorporated in what we do. So I just want to note that I will be sure to bring that forward. So.
Can you remind me what HB 324 is? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just trying to, exclude Black history from our schools.
The critical race theory thing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good. I'm glad you're working on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also on the subject of resolutions, wanted to introduce for my colleagues' consideration a resolution in support of the American Jobs Plan, which is a proposal by the Biden administration to invest $2 trillion over the next 8 years in American jobs and infrastructure. I've emailed the resolution to everyone. I could read it for the benefit of folks who are watching, since it's not in our agenda. And then at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor would ask for it to be added with consent of the council to the agenda for our Monday night meeting.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know that you need to read it unless colleagues feel it's necessary. It will be in our agenda packet for Monday night. But I'll defer to colleagues. Are you all okay? It's the resolution that Madam Mayor Pro Tem emailed us regarding the American Rescue Plan. Yeah, the American Jobs Act. I'm sorry.
Great, thank you. I will, then just ask our clerk to add it to the agenda, and also want to say a special thank you to the home care workers with the Fight for 15 who spoke at a town hall that I was able to attend earlier this week at the Capitol. There were several elected officials present, and we were all asked to do whatever we could to improve the lives of home care workers in our state. The people who spoke out at that event are extremely low paid despite the incredibly important and difficult work that they do. People make $10 an hour or less. They are subjected to really difficult working conditions. And yet they all love their work and see how important it is. And there's a possibility for all of us, if we're lucky to live long enough, that we will one day need care as well, and want that care to be of high quality and for folks to be able to do those jobs with dignity. So I think the American Jobs Plan makes a great investment in care workers, in addition to lots of other workers, and I'm grateful to them for educating me about the situation that care workers in our state face. And I'm excited to bring this resolution to y'all in solidarity with the Fight for 15 care workers and with all the other workers who will benefit from this investment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Freeland, we had a discussion, you and I, the clerk, over email about the appointment situation, and I thought this might be a good time to go ahead and talk about that. Do you want to do that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So colleagues, I emailed y'all a little bit before the meeting. I discovered that a miscommunication occurred between me and the city clerk prior to our May 20th work session, which resulted in a miscount in the Citizens Advisory Committee nominees. And so after adjusting for that error, the city clerk advised me to bring this up as an announcement, ask council to suspend the rules, and acknowledge that there are actually two more folks with my votes that made it onto the Citizens Advisory Committee, and instead of re-advertising 3 positions, we would only need to re-advertise 1. The details of that are in your inbox, but for the benefit of the public, Basically, I missed the deadline, the 12 p.m. deadline to submit my nominations via electronic ballot. And in the back and forth over email, there was just a miscommunication between me and the city clerk where she misunderstood how I was voting on that particular ballot. So, yeah, please advise me on how to. Yes. Any questions or yeah, what do I do from here? Mr.
I think
Mayor?
you've done it.
Okay.
There were two people who you voted for who would have had 4 votes.
Yep.
And one of them-
Shanika Bynum and Donald Hughes. Yep.
Yeah. And so those people got enough votes, and I think that's all we need to know.
Great.
Thank you very much for sharing that, and thanks to the clerk.
So, Mr. Mayor, do we need to? She actually suggested that we suspend the rules, explain what happened, and bring it up to the floor for a vote. Is that something we need to do now, or yeah?
Let me hear from the clerk. Do you agree, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor and council members, yes, that could be voted on today, and those 2 individuals will be appointed because we missed the actual appointment council meeting.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit hard time hearing you. I think maybe Councilmember Freeman, I think if you turn off your, if you mute yourself. Yeah. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, say that one more time.
Mr. Mayor and council members, these 2 individuals can be voted into their appointed positions today. They were not included on the recent city council agenda because of this.
Oh, yeah.
And they weren't voted in on the 7th, so they can be
Yeah.
voted in today.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Right, because they were approved on at our last council meeting. And so Councilmember Freeland, can you mention the names of the 2 people again?
Sure. Shanika M. Bynum and Donald A. Hughes.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, we would need a motion to suspend the rules and vote on this.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Freeman, I think, seconded by Councilmember Freeland. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're acting like we were on Monday night and affirming these appointments as if they were being made in the previous work session. So now I'll accept a motion to appoint Ms. Edmonds. What's her name again? I'm sorry. Apologize.
Bynum, Mr. Mayor.
Bynum and Mr. Hughes.
Moved. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Freeland, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, other announcements. I think Councilmember Caballero, I think I saw your hand for the announcements.
Yes, I just had a quick announcement that our admin support person, Rachel Ruda-Borges, is coming back tomorrow after parental leave, and I'm very excited about that. And when asking the clerk about, we are supposed to be slated to come back in person sometime after the break, soon after the break, I think. And so just asked her what would our support folks be doing and when and if they would be in the office. And she said that they will be rotating 3 days in and 2 days at home. And so if folks want to coordinate with their admin support person, I know I would benefit from being in person at the same time that Rachel is. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of my colleagues that that's happening so that people have the opportunity to coordinate with their support folks.
Thank you very much, Council Member. All right, other announcements. I do have one just to let people know that the administration and the clerk's office have had some discussion about the boards and commissions coming back in person or in hybrid form. Mayor Pro Tem had a great suggestion that there be a survey of those, and the clerk jumped right on it. That survey's out. We will be discussing that very briefly when we get to the end of our agenda under other matters. So we'll be staying for a minute on at the end to talk about that real briefly. Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, then we'll move to priority items. Madam Manager, any priority items today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council. I would first like to say that we do have a fairly lengthy agenda for you today. It is going to be the agenda for the last meeting of the council, and we're bringing to you some very important items, but we apologize for the length in advance. That also overflows into my priority item list. So I will begin with that at this time. So agenda item number 10, Recovery and Renewal Task Force funding request for Convention Center Complex. An attachment has been added, number 5. Agenda item number 11, Recovery and Renewal Task Force funding request for Rediscover Durham proposal. Attachment number 5 has been added. Agenda item number 12, Commerce Street Apartments, Residential Development, Revised and Restated Development Loan Commitment, Durham Housing Authority, Downtown Neighborhood Plan. Attachment number 1 was updated. Conditional binding commitment to Development Ventures, Inc. for the Commerce Street Seniors Development. Attachment number 1 was updated. Agenda item number 17, development loan to Elizabeth Street Apartments, LLC. Attachment number 3 was updated. Agenda item number 25, resolution approving the sale of not to exceed $263 million water and sewer utility system revenue refunding bonds, series 2021. Attachment number 2 was updated. Agenda item number 40, comprehensive plan, community goals and objectives adoption. There will be a presentation made today, and we are estimating about 30 minutes for that presentation. And agenda item number 46, economic development incentive agreement with Carsgen Therapeutics Limited. Attachment number 1, financial impacts section was updated. That is all I have on my priority list today.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Colleagues, could we have a motion to accept the manager's priority items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Attorney, any priority items this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. This is Senior Assistant City Attorney Fred Lamar standing in for the City Attorney. And good afternoon, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, as well as council members of the City of Durham. There are no priority items today for the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar, and we're glad you're here with us. Colleagues, we'll now move to the City Clerk. Madam Clerk, any priority items?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The City Clerk's office has no priority items today.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, we'll now move over to the administrative consent items, and I'll read the items. City Clerk's Office, approval of City Council minutes. Item 2, Audit Services Oversight Committee appointment. Item 3, Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointments. Item 4, Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee appointment. Item 5, Durham Workers' Rights Commission appointments. Item 6, Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee appointment. Item 7, Workforce Development Board appointments. Under departmental items, Budget and Management Services Department, item 8, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA of 2021 Grant Project Ordinance. Item 9, Fiscal Year 21 21-22 budget and 22-27 capital improvement plan, CIP. And of course, that item is the big item that will be on our council meeting on the 21st. Item 10, Recovery and Renewal Task Force, RRTF funding request for Convention Center Complex. Item 11, Recovery and Renewal Task Force, RRTF funding request for Rediscover Durham proposal. Under Community Development Department, item 12, Commerce Street Apartments Residential Development, revised and restated development loan commitment, Durham Housing Authority, DHA, Downtown Durham Neighborhood Plan.
We pull that item, Mr. Mayor.
Item 12. Item 13, conditional binding commitment to Development Ventures, Inc. for the Commerce Street Seniors Development. Item 14, contract with Durham County for the provision of housing opportunities for persons with HIV/AIDS, COVID-19, HOPWA CV, short-term rent, mortgage and utility, STRMU assistance. Item 15, contract with Matrix Health and Safety Consultants for lead hazard control, lead inspection risk assessment, LIRA, and clearance services. Item 16, contract with the L Group, Inc. for lead hazard control, lead inspection risk assessment, LIRA, and clearance services. Item 17, development loan to Elizabeth Street Apartments, LLC. Item 18, grant contract with Legal Aid of North Carolina, LANC, to provide legal representation to City of Durham residents facing eviction.
I don't want to pull it. I just want to comment about how excited I was to read through that.
Yes, thank you. Item 19, loan agreement with Morreene Road LLC for replacement of the sanitary lines at Morreene Road Apartments.
I'd like to pull that.
Item 19. Item 20, under Transportation Department, interlocal agreement for review, approval, and implementation of transit improvements. Department of Water Management, item 21, North and South Durham Water Reclamation Facilities Process Improvements, Amendment Number 8 to Professional Engineering Services Contract. Item 22, South Durham Water Reclamation Facility Process Improvements Phase 2, Construction Award to TA Loving Company. Under the Finance Department, bid report, April 2021. Item 24, letter of credit, LOC, and guarantee agreement for Durham City Transit Company, DCTC Insurance Large Deductible Program. I don't want to pull that, but I will say great work by our Finance Department. They're always looking for ways to improve our financial situation. Item 25, resolution approving the sale of not to exceed $263 million water and sewer utility system revenue refunding bond series 2021. I'm going to disappoint Councilmember Reese. I'm not going to pull this, but I am going to say thank you for the inclusion of Loop to ensure the strong minority participation. Item 26, resolution authorizing the virtual city auction. Under the Fire Department, item 27, hazardous materials cost recovery. Excuse me. Under General Services Department, item 28, design build services contract with Skansa USA Building for Major League Baseball facility standard upgrades at Durham Athletic Park. Item 29, professional engineering design services contract amendment with Kimley-Horn Associates, Inc. for the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail Project, EB 5720. Under item 30, professional engineering design services contract amendment with Kimley-Horn and Associates, Inc. for the Third Fort Creek Phase 2 Trail Project, EB 5837. And I'm going to pull this item. Under Neighborhood Improvement Services Department, item 31, Housing Code Text Amendments, amendment due to NCGS Chapter 160D. I'm also going to pull item 31. Item 32, Unsafe Building Code Text Amendment due to NCGS Chapter 160D. I'm also going to pull item 32. Office of Economic and Workforce Development contract with Infinity Bridges to provide economic development consulting services. Item 34, contract for pre-employment polygraph examination of police applicants. Item 35, under Public Works, contract amendment to number 10 for ST 264C for professional services related to Fayetteville Road improvements. Under Solid Waste Management Department, item 36, subscription service agreement with Recollect Systems, Inc. for digital waste management and software solutions I don't want to pull that, but I want to say that it was the first time I learned that we had a game on our website called Waste This Way. And I want to say that I played the game and it's fabulous. And I want to know how we promote it. It will tell you what you can recycle and what you can't in a really fun format. Councilmember Reese has already played. And I suggest we promote it by him putting on his social media because he has a big reach there. But it's a fabulous, is it really wonderful? I'm always wondering exactly what I can recycle, and this is a great way to know. Technology Solutions Department, item 37, contract with E+ Technology, Inc. for network managed services. Item 38, contract with Presidio Network Solutions, LLC for voice over internet protocol, VoIP telephone system managed services. Under presentations, Police Department, item 39, Community Services Division. That's a presentation item. Under public hearings, City County Planning Department, item 40, Comprehensive Plan, Community Goals and Objective Adoption. Is that presentation today, Madam Manager? Item 40?
Yes. It is today. It is today.
Thank you. Under item 41, Consolidated Annexation, Bertha Gamble Residence. Item 42, Consolidated Annexation, Lumley Road Industrial. Item 43, Consolidated Annexation, 1051 Olive Branch Road. Item 44, Consolidated Annexation, Project Suite, 1 Litho Way. Under Finance Department, item 45, Resolution approving the issuance by the Public Finance Authority of its Educational Facilities Revenue Bond, Duke Schools Series 2021. Office of Economic and Workforce Development, item 46, Economic Development Incentive Agreement with Karskin Therapeutics, Inc. Citizens Matters to be heard at 1 o'clock. Item 47, Gwendolyn Bookman. Item 48, Erica Schertz. And then I want to just remind you, we will have we will be meeting afterwards under other matters. So Madam Manager, what I have for the pulled items are 12, 19, 30, 31, and 32. And for the presentations, item 39 and 40. Is that what you have?
That is what I have, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. You didn't say item 17. I thought someone had already pulled it. I thought I heard someone say
Items, we can pull item 17. Okay, so item 12, 17, 19, 30, 31, and 32. And 39 and 40 will be presentation items. But first we have Citizens Matters, and we have two members of our community who would like to be heard. And I'm going to ask first if the clerk could make Gwendolyn Bookman available to be heard.
I am unmuted. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Ms. Bookman, thank you for being here. We welcome you, and you have 3 minutes.
All righty. I want to first thank you for hearing me today. Before I begin specifics, I want to place myself in context. I am a native Durhamite, born in 1947 in Lincoln Hospital in the historic Fayetteville Street corridor, where my concerns are situated. My father, William Henry McLaughlin Jr., was the proprietor of neighborhood grocery store at 1619 Fayetteville Street, beginning in the 1940s. And my sister, Beverly McLaughlin, is preparing to open a coffee shop there soon. My brother, William Henry McLaughlin III, ran McLaughlin Medical Arts Pharmacy at 2520 Fayetteville Street in the 1970s. My husband, Kenneth Lassiter, was there as Cocoa Jazz and Art Center most recently, and my son, Dobbin Bookman, is constructing a Checkers there currently. I live on Otis Street, and my mother, who recently transitioned at 103 years of age, was a longtime resident of Cecil Street. Both of these properties are part of this corridor. My interests in the issues I'm raising, therefore, are deep and personal. You have already received a heads up from Deputy Chief Joseph Kelly about my concerns, and he is correct. I have no complaints that I want to specifically address with you today, although there are serious problems within this corridor that should be addressed at some point. I am here instead to ask that you make sure that the historic Fayetteville Street corridor is a priority for council as Durham continues to grow and as you continue to plan. There are residents, both residential and commercial, who want to be partners with you to ensure that the Fayetteville Street Corridor is a safe and healthy environment within which to invest, live, and work. This corridor is a gateway for motorists and foot traffic, and it has outstanding social and economic potential as a destination site for the city. As it stands today, however, that potential is not fully realized. I would like you to know that the group that Kelly references in his report to you is the Fayetteville Street Planning Group, who in 2005, about 16 years ago, submitted to you a Fayetteville Street Neighborhood Master Plan with the aim to help preserve and improve our historic community. Their purpose, as is mine today, was to have a positive impact on planning and zoning policies for this area. So I resubmit to you the spirit of that plan and ask that you implement again one of the specific recommendations that was made, and that was to have foot and or bicycle patrolling in this corridor, to have officers develop a relationship with the residents, not focused on crime, but rather on public safety and crime deterrence. We do not have the answers. We nor you are the total solution. In the meantime, we will continue to pick up the discarded needles, condoms, and trash that we find in the streets, and to meet as concerned citizens to brainstorm recommendations to bring before you. I thank you for giving me an audience today.
Ms. Bookman, thank you so much for being with us and for your comments. They're important comments. We really appreciate them. And we would welcome hearing further from you about any recommendations that you have. As you know, you can reach us by email with that information, and we're always happy to pass that on to our staff. So we look forward to that. Thank you.
I appreciate the time you've given me. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Freelon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just also wanted to thank Ms. Bookman and offer my sincere condolences to the loss of your mother, or I guess not loss, because I feel her presence daily. She was such an important, your whole family really has been such an important part of this community in my life personally. And I appreciate you continuing her legacy through the work that you're doing. I know she's smiling down on the efforts you're galvanizing. And not in addition to the entrepreneurial work. I mean, you didn't mention the no bookstore and the other aspects of your legacy when you spoke at the beginning, but it's just been absolutely paramount. So thank you.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Council Member. Colleagues, we are going to pull item 8. There's a resident who would like to speak on that. So add that, Madam Manager, to our list of pulled items. Okay, now we will hear from our other resident who has signed up to speak. And that is Erica Schertz. Ms. Schertz, welcome. Are you available to be heard?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being here. And you also have 3 minutes.
Great. First, thank you for setting time for me and for the responses that I've already received from City Council. And I want to give a shout out to Bo Ferguson for his responses and Mayor Schulz regarding the 911 emergency responder shortage. So mine is a story of success and excellent care by the 911 call center and EMS team. My husband was working out and suddenly had a cardiac arrest in our house. He was 30 years old, and it was totally unexpected, and I didn't know what was going on and called 911, and the responder successfully coached me through CPR and was able to get EMS teams to our house very quickly. And he ended up being without a pulse for over 70 minutes, but because of the quick response time, he is alive and working as a data analyst again, and is alive for our 4-year-old who turns 4 tomorrow. So it's a success that only was possible because of the immediate response of the 911 callers. And from what I understand, the shortages have been addressed. But I'm kind of getting a one side of the story from Mr. Ferguson that things are okay, and then another side from local journalism that there are still issues with quick responses. So I just wanted to make sure that that we can. I don't know the process of making sure that we don't have shortages again, but I want to make sure that everyone in the city at any time has the same excellent care that we received, because without that immediate response, there's no way he'd be alive. So that's all I wanted to say. But I don't know what can be put in place to make sure that those shortages don't happen again. But it is definitely those, couple of minutes can make a life or death difference.
Ms. Schertz, thank you for being with us today. And I just want to tell you that we take these concerns extremely seriously. We're so glad that your husband had the experience that he did with 911 and that your family did. And that's just amazing. And you're so right. It's so critical that these services be excellent. And I just want you to know the council spends a lot of time on this. We recently, this morning, we spent probably at least an hour talking with this, and we've got an excellent update from our 911 folks. And we are, I will just say that I am, and I believe that the council is very confident that we have the service that we need, and that we are also moving to make sure that we have the staff that we need over time. And that's, I think, very critical. So I want to appreciate you. I want to assure you that your concerns are ones that we share and that our administration shares. And I feel like they're on it, and we're in good shape, and we're going to continue to be in good shape.
Great.
We have,
I really
like you,
appreciate it.
yeah, like you, I've heard a couple of media reports, where an individual has complained. We talked about some of those this morning. Some of those things are, someone calls and claims that they got the email. They got a voicemail. Our 911 system does not have voicemail at all. All calls are answered by an individual. Turns out that person's call went to through their cell tower, went to somehow they were routed to another 911 system in another city. We've had other individual complaints that are tracked down every one. And I'm, again, feeling very confident, not that it's perfect, but that we are at this point providing excellent service, and we will continue to improve. Much appreciation for you for being here.
Thank you. Can you address just quickly what happened in the recent past where there was a shortage and why that happened?
And I can't, Ms. Schertz, because we got a big agenda today. Well, I see Mr. Ferguson came on and wanted to do it. Okay, I'll let him. I was going to move us along, so let's do it. Mr. Ferguson, can you address Ms. Schertz?
All right, Mayor. Happy to follow your lead, but also happy to address the question, Ms. Schertz. Again, good to talk to you in person. I appreciate the exchange that we've had via email. Just briefly, as we recap for the City Council this morning, first of all, it's our job to have these positions filled, and so I think first and foremost, I want to reiterate the commitment I've shared with you and with the council that we have some very intentional and more aggressive tactics at this point to fill the vacancies that we have. But speaking to how we got here, the simple explanation I provided council earlier is one academy that was scheduled for 2020 did not happen as a result of COVID. That put us 4 people behind in terms of filling vacancies. And at the same time, we experienced a higher number of departures than was typical. And those 2 factors then combined with some temporary staffing shortages as a result of COVID quarantines really resulted in some of the conditions that we've discussed. And to be clear, we have made progress on that, but I did not want to leave you with the impression that we are back to where we want to be. It is correct that we still have vacancies we want to fill. But as we reported to the council this morning, we do feel like we're in good position to be answering 911 calls now, 100% of Durham's 911 calls, and we'll continue to make progress in the months ahead.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, and thank you, Ms. Schertz.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we'll now move to item 8, which is an item that a resident would like to speak on, and that's Mr. Donald Hughes. Madam Clerk, can you make Mr. Hughes available to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the
Mr. Hughes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm here today to encourage you to consider using some of the $51 million that will come to the city of Durham through the American Rescue Plan to expand the Durham Youth Works Summer Jobs Program. American jobs are starting to come back, but we know that unemployment is still high. And many young people are postponing college and other training and educational programs. Why does this matter? We know that young people across the country are falling behind because of the pandemic, and they will feel the economic consequences long after the pandemic is over. When we disaggregate the data, we know that youth of color, including LGBTQ youth of color, are going to be hit even harder long after the worst of this pandemic is behind us. Young workers are disproportionately impacted in terms of job loss because they worked in industries that are overrepresented in loss of jobs, such as hospitality and retail. Many young people who aren't already in the workforce are delaying their education because they can't spend the money on school and their families just simply can't afford it. So what's at stake? Stephanie Aronson of the Brookings Economic Studies Program says that young workers who have lost their jobs face increased debt burdens and housing insecurity, and that those who are delaying education will inevitably fall behind on getting a foothold into their careers. And those that are graduating into a pandemic economy may end up taking jobs at lower wages, which can lead to delays in starting families and buying homes. And this domino effect eventually will drag down millions of young people for several years, including thousands of those in Durham. Having supported a program in Washington, D.C. that provided 10,000 youth with summer job opportunities, I'm happy to offer insights to city staff regarding scaling up the Durham Youth Works program, even in a virtual space. Here's what we saw in D.C. When young people were given an opportunity and expectations were high, they met those expectations. Working with federal partners in the private sector, after the initial year in which the youth jobs were subsidized by the city government, many of these organizations saw the impact that they had on the community and decided to cover the cost of employing youth during subsequent summers. So I'm pleased to be able to offer, again, my assistance and insights. And I'm also pleased that I read that you all are going to be focusing on community engagement throughout this process of deciding the city's priorities for the $51 million. I would encourage you not to just hear from those of us like myself who are vocal and who will attend every virtual setting or every public hearing, but to really find a way to use non-traditional outreach methods to hear those folks that are not going to be able to attend these meetings and sessions to offer their insights. So thank you all again for the time, and I appreciate your support for my service on the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. We appreciate you being with us today. All right, colleagues, we'll now move to item 12, which was pulled by Councilmember Reese, I believe, Commerce Street Apartments Residential Development.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Great to be with you. We're going to spend a lot of time together, you and me. After a very long work session, Mr. Johnson and I have 2 hours at the Affordable Housing Implementation Committee, so we're just going to get comfy and do the thing today. Speaking of which, so I understand the mechanics of what's happening with this agenda item and the next agenda item. I get it. And I understand the current kind of trends in the construction industry, costs, et cetera, that are leading to that. I guess what I don't understand is this project, item number 12, was one of the 9% low-income housing tax credits that we kind of have lined up. With this project no longer being that, what happens to that 9% tax credit? Do we have another project that's ready to go behind it? It's always been our practice to try to make sure this pipeline stays in effect. We want to make sure that Durham gets it, the one we get, that we make sure we get it. And my concern is this process, which I totally understand, makes all the sense in the world to me. It's sad that it's more expensive, but that is what it is right now. That Durham lose the opportunity to compete and win the 9% tax credit, the one that we're allowed to have each year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. I'll be honest with you, I had that same question when I found out the information. I asked that same question, but fortunately, we do have a backup in this instance. We had submitted a tax credit application with our partners, Self-Help and DHIC, for Ashton Place, which is Willett Phase 2. So that was the plan. And so we understand the withdrawal of this 9%. We know that 9% are important to our community. And we know that we already only get one. I will just share with you that while we do have that, and we're confident about Ashton Place and our development team that we'll be able to secure the tax credit. I don't want to wish any bad will upon us, but I'm confident. But we do have to really think about the next year, which we already have started that plans, because what's going on with the Housing Authority will carry over into next year in all projects and related to this. And so we're working on a plan for the subsequent year.
That's great, Mr. Johnson. That's fantastic news. If there's a team in Durham that I trust to execute on 9% housing, low-income housing tax credit, it's the team that brought out of the ground the Willow Street apartments that are just extraordinary. Really looking forward to seeing this project move forward as well. We had it in our back pocket, and now it's time to pull it out and use it. But as you said, now our back pocket is kind of empty. So trust you and your staff to come up with more stuff for our back pocket for the next time in case this happens. But just wanted to get that clarity, and I appreciate you taking the time. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I think that that's a really important point. Is we've always got to have the backup. Every year we have to have the backup, and we did, which is great. And just this will be, as my recollection, Mr. Johnson, you can correct me, but this is 55 units. And it will be adjacent to the Willow Street apartments, and we already have the parking there for it.
Right. And Mayor, I think it's 51 units, but we'll confirm that. But we're in the ballpark.
Yeah, great. All right, so colleagues, thank you. That was. Let me just also say while we're on this, congratulations, Mr. Johnson, to your department for all the items that you've got here today. This is a huge lift, I know, on the part of your department to get all these financings ready, and this is exciting. I mean, Councilmember Caballero has already mentioned the eviction diversion funds, but we're looking at just tremendous support for the Durham Housing Authority for all the work that they're doing, and a few years from now, we're going to have just amazing affordable housing. Not only coming out of the ground, but completed and occupied because of this work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, members of council. We appreciate it.
Bucket got bigger, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Make it even bigger.
Yeah. All right, now we'll move to item 17. Mr. Johnson, looks like you're still up, and this is from Councilmember Freeman, Development Loan to Elizabeth Street Apartments, LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question regarding, and I appreciate the item. I just didn't hear any updates or any information around how the RAD conversion is coming along. Just noting the increasing cost of rentals. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a need to kind of allocate any additional funds to cover folks who have been unable to locate housing in Durham. Just noting, I've been hearing stories of folks not being able to find any housing to use their vouchers, so to speak. And so I was just trying to figure out if there were, just noting that Elizabeth Street has 4 larger apartment units. And so there's a number of actual bedrooms, and that's not the norm. And so 1 and 2 bedrooms is a little bit easier. It's still expensive, but the 3 and 4 bedrooms, just trying to just hear if there's any concern around that.
Thank you for your question, council member. Actually, we have Mr. Anthony Scott, the president and CEO, is on the call. I think he will need to be elevated to be able to respond, but I think the response best comes from him to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Madam Clerk, can you make Mr. Anthony Scott available to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, there's Anthony Snell. I'm not certain if that's him.
No.
No, that's not him. I know Anthony Scott is, but Anthony Snell may be able to respond, but Mr. Scott is on.
Mr. Scott is on. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, let me check.
All righty. We don't see him in the attendees list.
Well, let's do this. Let's elevate Mr. Snell, and if he's able to respond, let him respond. If not, we'll do on follow-up.
That sounds great. Madam Clerk, can you make Anthony Snell available to be heard?
He is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson and Mayor. I am here. My name is Anthony Snell. I'm the Director of Development. Councilmember Freeman, I'm not sure if I can answer your question directly. As far as RAD is concerned, yes, the larger units are always a concern, and preserving those as part of our development strategy is a priority for us. And certainly, you know, as Mr. Johnson indicated earlier, we are certainly challenged by cost issues in the current market, but we are making every effort we can to ensure that we preserve all of the housing. Certainly, you know, under our RAD strategy, we are replacing every public housing unit as part of that conversion. So we are not losing any units, and we're certainly always looking for strategies where we can expand upon the number of affordable units that we are providing.
Council member.
Specifically to the point of the folks who are being moved out currently, is there anyone tracking whether or not they're having trouble finding units for their vouchers that they currently have before this project takes off?
I'm going to have to respond to you offline on that one. We track every individual. We are tracking our individuals. And as far as individuals that are relocating as part of the strategy for the development, we are ensuring that they are placed in similar housing to what they're located in now. Either some of those units, some of those individuals, as you know, did transfer to the Willow Street apartments. Some of those individuals went to other public housing sites as part of the relocation strategy for the building of the Elizabeth Street.
I look forward to hearing a more detailed follow-up. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Snell. Thank you for being here with us. Colleagues, any other questions on this item? All right, thank you. And Mr. Johnson, stay with us. Our next item is also one of your items, item 19. This is loan agreement with Morreene Road LLC for replacement of the sanitary lines at Morreene Road Apartments. And I'm not sure, Councilmember Reese, did you pull this one?
It was Councilmember Caballero.
Caballero. I apologize. Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure if Mr. Johnson will be able to answer it or not. I just was curious, just a couple of things that surprised me was one, you know, Morreene Road was built in 68 or thereabouts. And so I'm just surprised that the sewer lines weren't checked before that level of an upgrade was made to plumbing. And I was also surprised that, you know, because it was RAD conversion, they don't have a mechanism now. DHA doesn't have a mechanism to pay for this other than approaching the city. And so I just want to flag that because we have other projects that are going to be doing the same thing. And I guess my hope is that folks will do a deeper dive on some of these older buildings so that we don't run into this again, because I don't want another project with millions of dollars around sewage or other infrastructure things that should have been done earlier in the project.
Thank you, Council Member. Actually, believe it or not, I asked those same questions. So I'm going to speak a little bit about it, and Mr. Snell may fill in if I miss anything, but I'll be short and brief. In short, when the project was scoped out, it did not include replacing the sewer lines. That's number one. And they did add washer and dryer to individual units for this project. They didn't realize that they had a problem until after the project was loading up, being occupied. And then they realized, and they did not realize that this was the issue. They had to work their way to that. So you raise a good point. We've had that conversation with the Housing Authority about obviously the projects going forward. No, there is not a mechanism without impacting the financing that they have in place and putting that in, I would use the term jeopardy, they may use the right term. And so that's the reason we come to their assistance on them in this particular project. Of course, I asked that question because I was surprised as well. I'll say that. So know that you are definitely heard. We definitely agree with you. But one of the things that's important for us is that these are units that do need to be occupied, and we try to structure it in a way that is favorable to them, as favorable to us in getting those units occupied as soon as possible. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Snell. I know you, Councilmember, you have another question to follow up. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I see the concern, and I will be supporting this. I guess what I want to hear from DHA is that there's just going to be more. Just reading through the memo, adding that many washer and dryers and not having checked the sewer is kind of shocking. And I don't know the building sciences that well, but I know well enough that that should have been done. And so I guess what I want to really be clear with as DHA continues these types of projects is to do their due diligence on their part on the front end, so that we are not being forced on this side where we know we have an affordability crisis in the city. We know folks need to move into those apartments. And so then the city is forced between a rock and a hard place of financing mistakes at DHA's level because we don't have another choice, because we know we need people in those units.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Anthony Snell, I'm the Director of Development. And I want to respond to a couple of things here. Certainly when we go into these projects, we do perform a physical needs assessment, which gives us an idea of what the needs, the replacement needs of that property should be immediately. And part of the process is to take a look at what those needs will be over the next 20-year periods. Certainly a project with the age that we looked at with Morreene Road, it certainly falls in the category to look at investment in this plumbing. We did make, as part of the process, there was a substantial investment in the plumbing there at the site. But always with these projects, we have constraints as we look at the resources that are available at the time when we are doing the investments. We did replace some of the sanitary lines within some of the units. It was not an extensive, it was not a 100% replacement. And as Mr. Johnson indicated, as we occupied these units, and especially with the addition of the washers, which we didn't originally have in those units, we discovered that we didn't have the capacity in our sanitary lines, and we were experiencing failures as a result of the additional capacity that was required. So as a process to fix this problem, we have to now go in and do a 100% replacement of the sanitary lines at the site.
Mr. Snell, thank you. Let me just say, I think we all share the concern that Councilmember Caballero expressed. I know our Community Development Department does as well. I read in the memo your plans to try to use, for DHA to use more foresight with these older properties, and I appreciate that, and we'll be looking forward to that. And I know you and Community Development will be monitoring that as well, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Any other questions on number 19? All right. Thank you, Councilmember Caballero, for raising those important concerns. Now we'll move to item 30. This is an item that I pulled. And this item is regarding the Third Fork Creek Trail. Let me just say, first of all, isn't it awesome to have these two trail projects moving ahead? They both do have a financing gap. My question is not about that gap. I have another question, but I know that the council will have to figure out ways to fill that gap, and the department, the staff, I know will help us do that. But it's great to see them moving ahead. And for those of us who use our trail system a lot, it's really wonderful to think of the link between the Third Fork Creek Trail and the American Tobacco Trail. That is just huge, and I'm super excited. So my question is, hi, Ms. Kemp, good to see you. Who owns the wooded areas through which the Third Fork Creek Trail will go? And how will it, I think you've done a wonderful job using community input to change the routes of these trails, both of them. I was really impressed with that. I think that they're going to make for much better trails. In this case, this is going through a wooded area, which is wonderful. How will that land or an easement for that land be acquired? Can you talk to me about that?
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Kemp with the General Services Department. Mayor Schul, those are excellent questions. We were very pleased to have been challenged to engage with residents differently on these projects and really rethink the final trail alignments that were going to serve the people best that live, work, and play in these corridors. And so as we pulled the trail project away from Weaver Street, away from the hillside neighborhood at a very strong resident request and through the wooded area to access Fayetteville and then connect to the American Tobacco Trail at Fayetteville, as opposed to at Otis Street that had been identified during the planning process, we were able to offer more of a recreational experience for people. We were also able to activate an opportunity for folks living, residing, working, playing in the Weaver Street residential area near the Weaver Street Recreational Center to very important grocery stores and community amenities that already exist on Fayetteville Street. So all that being said, we are currently at about 35% design. We are doing land survey work necessary to finalize land acquisition needed. Mayor Schul, for your question about what type of property is needed in that corridor, the Durham Housing Authority owns a small piece of property on the east side of Weaver Street that has not been developed previously due partly to its floodplain proximity. And so the trail would enter the area there. It would also traverse across a tributary to Third Fork Creek and Third Fork Creek. So we would have to have boardwalks in that area to raise above the wetlands. And then it would come out along a mosque's property near Fayetteville Street. And so it is a large area, but it looks to be right now at preliminary design, it looks to be about 3 or 4 parcels. We would anticipate easements would suffice on majority of those parcels. However, one of them might be a fee simple acquisition. And if so, depending on that land value, council would see that again as an agenda item for approval later in the process.
That's fantastic. That's great news. Thank you, Ms. Kemp. Those were my questions. I really appreciate it. And I cannot wait to get on that trail. I hope I'm still alive when it's done. So
we're very excited. Thank you.
So get cracking, because you can see how old I am. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kemp. Looking forward to it. All right, we'll now move to item 31, which is also an item I pulled on the Housing Code Text Amendment. And I see Ms. Gardner. Welcome, Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. I'm Faith Gardner, Assistant Director with Neighborhood Improvement Services.
I had a question. My question, I pulled both this and the next item, but really my question is the same. when I looked at the ordinances, it really, all it did in terms of the blue lining was just change the reference to different parts of the state code, I guess. What I'm wondering is, are there substantive changes that we need to be aware of in terms of, for this item, some of our housing enforcement, or for the next item, anything related to unsafe buildings? Are there changes that will make a difference in policy and practice?
Thank you for your question, Mayor. No, there are not. We are slated for review and assessment of our codes in the coming fiscal year to look at substantive kinds of changes or the modifications that we make. These two ordinance requests are simply to get us aligned with the changes in the state statute and those references so that we can stay in business, basically.
Gotcha. That's what I needed to know. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ms. Gardner.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we'll now move to our first presentation item, which is item 39. And this is Community Services Division of the Police Department, a presentation on their programs. And I see almost interim Chief Montgomery. I'm not sure exactly what your date of the date that you will be stepping in. And I see our city manager. Manager, would you like to introduce the item?
I would just like to welcome Interim Chief Sherry Montgomery, who I do believe will start her service tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I do not know if Chief Davis is still here, but I had expected to have a few words for her if she is still here as I introduce Chief Montgomery. But when I looked before, I don't know if she's in the meeting at this time, but we're very happy to have Chief Montgomery be able to step up and be the interim chief while we continue our search, and look forward to seeing her presentation today.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Manager, and welcome, Chief Montgomery. We're thrilled to have you with us and know that you can count on us, that you please don't hesitate to call on us for what you need and for the support that you need. And now I'm going to turn it over to you for this report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Schewel, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, council members, and City Manager Page. I'm Sherry Montgomery, currently serving as the Deputy Chief over the Investigative Services Bureau for the department. Thank you for allowing us this time to highlight some of our community engagement activities that members of the Durham Police Department have participated in. Move to the next slide for me. Although the police department has had many citizen police academies in the past, due to the pandemic, we had to switch to a virtual platform. During the months of February and March, the department hosted its second virtual Citizen Police Academy. There were discussions regarding the actual name Citizen Police Academy, so in collaboration with staff and graduates of the academy, the department has rebranded the academy as the new Community Police Academy. A formal announcement of the name change will be done at a later date by our Public Affairs Unit. And we would like to take a moment to thank our Public Affairs Unit, the Executive Command staff, and the Police Department presenters, as well as special guests, for their continued contributions to the program. And especially thank you to City Manager Page for speaking at the graduation. We are currently working to host the next installment of the Academy in September of 2021. Next slide. The Police Athletic League, or PALS, has over 100 participants in the various programming offerings so far in 2021. These programs included golf, basketball, esports, baseball, and venturing activities. We anticipate increased interest in our PALS program for the remainder of the year and continue to explore opportunities to connect with the community. Next slide. These are a few more pictures of our PALS events, and we are monitoring the ever-changing health and safety guidelines, and we look forward to having the ability for increased participation in our various programs. Next slide. In January, Officer Walco with PALS started a venturing program to mentor young people in the Durham housing communities. He started in McDougal Terrace with just 3 youth. They began with a goal to meet once a month online through Zoom just to talk about how things are going, and this has progressed into also doing one fun activity a month. In February, the venturing youth went on a hike to Okanee Mountain in Hillsboro, along with a few of the PALS explorers. Officer Walco shared some history about the park and guided the youth through a 2-mile nature hike. His venturing program has now expanded to the Cornwallis Road and Oxford Manor communities and has included up to 14 youth. Next slide. In April, the youth in the venturing program went fishing. These are a few photos from their fishing trip. And also in May, the youth from the program went to the Museum of Life and Science. Next slide. Next slide, please. During the past year, the Police Explorers have been busy undertaking the Innovation 4.0 curriculum as part of the National Police Athletic League grant. This curriculum is a series of courses that teach lessons on empathy, teamwork, communication, problem solving, and critical thinking. The Explorers also participated in various leadership exercises and community conversations that culminated into a presentation this past April to Mayor Schul, City Manager Page, and Chief Davis. Next slide. In April, the Community Resource Unit conducted pop-up events in the community to engage residents and provide information about the department and information on available resources, as well as provided safety tips. Next slide. These are more photos from our Welllands Village pop-up event. The Community Resource Unit will continue to explore additional opportunities to engage the community as well as we recover from the pandemic. Next slide. The Crisis Intervention Team, or CIT unit, continues to meet the high demand for services. Our CIT clinician has responded to 333 of the 429 cases assigned to the unit during the last 6 months. Officers in the CIT unit continue to engage with the homeless and unsheltered population through the Empowerment Jacket program in connection to the federal government stimulus programs. Next slide. In March, the Community Services Division began producing monthly newsletters internally to provide Durham Police Department staff with awareness about community events in which they can attend or be a part of. Next slide. Our Community Engagement Unit, or CEU, partnered with ICNA with the relief. During the pandemic, CEU assisted in going door to door in Durham's most vulnerable neighborhoods. With ICNA, CEU delivered food, cleaning supplies, and other essential items to families. Together, they stuffed and supplied book bags filled with school supplies and protective masks for hundreds of students. The second Saturday of each month, ICNA relief volunteers and CEU personnel served approximately 125 families at the Fayetteville Street Food Pantry and provided food delivery to the homes of seniors at most risk for serious COVID complications. Next slide. Next slide. Also partner with ICNA Relief, CEU works with Keep Durham Beautiful to clean up areas in our city where trash and debris were diminishing residents' quality of life. The event held in the Dawkins Street and Umstead Street area, and they even had Mayor Schul stop by to help. In March, CEU helped with a cleanup event at Burton Park in the T.A. Grady Center with over 25 volunteers from the community. These events are attended by the Community Engagement Unit, ICNA, and Keep Durham Beautiful, and many other community partners. Next slide. In collaboration with Durham One Call and Duke Energy, the Community Resource Unit provided assistance with removing shoes from other items from the power lines and telecommunication lines through the city. This cleanup decreases the potential of interrupted utility service to residents. Next slide. CEU has participated in 3 of the 5 bed builds with Sleep and Heavily Peace has had so far in 2021. They help with the bed builds, delivery, and assembly into homes for children in need of a bed. Next slide. So far in 2021, Sleep and Heavily Peace has constructed 105 beds, where 59 have been provided to Durham residents in need. Next slide. Habitat for Humanity partnered with NIS Community Engagement, and they invited DPD's Community Engagement Unit to a collaborative event which welcomed new residents to Laurel Avenue back in February. We continue to work closely with NIS Community Engagement on projects and events. Next slide. The Community Engagement Unit continues to attend events in partnership with the Durham housing communities. Pictured here is CU officers helping with an Easter egg hunt. Next slide. Community Service Division members engaging with community and supporting neighborhood improvement services. We've partnered with them quite a bit recently. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to highlight some of the many community engagement events participated in by members of the police department. As our officers engage and interact with the community every day, countless positive interactions take place in spontaneous and impromptu ways. Recently, a gang unit officer on patrol was challenged to a push-up contest by children. And officers from District 1 B Squad responded to a disturbance involving young children playing basketball at an intersection. After discussing safety concerns with playing in the streets, officers joined in and played a couple of games with them. That's one of the many, many interactions that happen on a daily basis that's not captured by photo. The department looks forward to continuing partnerships with the community and fostering a strong community engagement. That includes my presentation.
Chief Montgomery, thank you. We really appreciate you being here. We really appreciate that presentation. I have seen the work of the Police Athletic League and so many other things that you all have done close up over the years. And I really always enjoy being out there for those events and I'm really appreciative of them. I just want to say for those colleagues that may not know, ICNA is a Muslim group that it's a foundation that does a lot of good work in our community. And I'm really appreciative of the connection that our police department has forged with this group. I think it's just great. All right, colleagues, comments or questions for Chief Montgomery? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me just start with congratulations to Chief Montgomery on the assumption, well, I guess tomorrow, the assumption, the interim chief position. We've been very blessed and fortunate in Durham and during these interim periods to have excellent people serve as interim. Chief Smith was an excellent interim chief, and I know it'll be no different. And let me just reiterate the mayor's commitment that if you need help from any of us, please feel free. I know these are challenging times, but we know you're more than up to the job, and we're in good hands. So it's really good to see you here in this context. First question: Who won that push-up contest?
The officer.
Oh, okay. just wanted to see. I was going to say I had some concerns if the officer didn't. I wanted to ask about the. First, let me. I'm glad to see that we have established and are persisting with our PAL efforts. When I was a kid, oftentimes I participated in a lot of PL events. I was in a very, very tough area, and Police Athletic League provided a lot of outlets and activities for kids in my neighborhood in Red Hook growing up during those days. So I'm glad to see that that's going on here in Durham. Could you tell me a little more about the mentoring program and how many if you know, young people are involved in that, and just some stuff about some details about the mentoring program, the McDougal Terrace mentoring program?
Absolutely. The venturing program, it's the Durham Housing Authority mentoring program, short for venture or adventuring. The goal of the program was to engage DHA youth and provide opportunities that will take them out of their neighborhoods to just expose them to different things. A side goal is to help create a pipeline for youth and DHA to be able to participate in the Explorers program, which is a GPA requirement of 2.0. And so that's why some of the PALs attended the venturing groups with them so that they could learn their mentoring or kind of hone their mentoring abilities and just be kind of introduced to some older students in high school. So maybe when these youth get to high school, they would be interested in joining the Explorers program as well.
Okay, thanks for that. I wanted to ask about some of your visioning or your conceptions. Firstly, what's the percentage of our officers that are CIT trained now? I think last I checked it was 50%. I'm not sure if it's, do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I would definitely say we're over halfway there.
Right. Glad to hear that. And do you have any sense on how these officers may could potentially interact with where, you know, when we have our pilot with unarmed mental health responders, perhaps being the officers of choice if those mental health responders should need to be paired or partnered with officers, or if they should need to call for folks. Do you have any vision of that, of how the CIT officers would interact or perhaps support the fielding, the inevitable, I shouldn't say inevitable, the eventual fielding of mental health responders, unarmed mental health responders? Any thoughts on that?
I think that would be a great partnership, as all of our uniform patrol officers are CIT certified. So possibly some of our specialized units may not have it, but the officers who are responding to 911 calls or that would be out there are CIT certified.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. And finally, I wanted to ask about the community resource unit that I believe that was launched in McDougall Terrace. Is that correct? And I think there were plans to expand it, or a desire at least to expand it to some other communities.
That was the community engagement unit.
I'm sorry, CEU. I'm getting my initials mixed up. That's what I wanted to ask about, the community engagement unit, your sense of potentiality of expansion of those type of initiatives in other communities.
We do have them in the Cornwallis Road area. Just due to the number, we don't have as much of a robust presence as we do in McDougall Terrace, but they do go to the Cornwallis Road area and the Oxford Manor.
I ask because you're probably familiar that we've committed a pretty significant investment to expanding the violence interrupters in areas, and where I've seen the violence interrupter model work in other cities, not direct coordination with the police. They're not officers, and I want to make that very clear. But in cities like Boston and other cities where we've seen success, Chicago with the violence interrupter model, there's at least been a strong community policing element or a relationship kind of buttressing and reinforcing one another in those areas where the teams are deployed to kind of, you know, it's got kind of a cascading effect with all those things kind of working in tandem. Any sense about the areas where violence interrupters will be expanded? And I know it's early, and this is you probably haven't even unpacked the box yet, but I'm just wondering have you thought about any of this?
Well, my understanding is mostly McDougall Terrace and definitely any of our other, you know, neighborhoods that that could require the assistance or need the assistance. Cornwallis Road, Oxford Manor, the normal spots.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. I think that's it. I really appreciate you being with us today. Thank you for the presentation today, and again, congratulations and best wishes to you. Whole city's got your back and is pulling for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Colleagues, any other questions or comments for Chief Montgomery? Chief, thank you for being with us today. We look forward to seeing you again in the near future, and we really appreciate you. Good luck starting tomorrow. Big job, but I know you can do it.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we have our next presentation, which is item 40. And Item 40 is entitled Comprehensive Plan Community Goals and Objectives Adoption. And I'm not sure who's presenting on this today.
Good afternoon. That'll be me, Carl Kolosna.
Mr. Kolosna, welcome. We're glad to have you.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carl Kolosna. I'm a member of the Durham City County Planning Department team working on the comprehensive plan. We're excited to be sharing the background on how we've gotten to community goals and objectives that we will be presenting to you all, the Durham City Council, and residents at the public hearing next Tuesday on June 15th. These goals and objectives are the culmination of a lot of input and work. Before we start, we wanted to acknowledge the tremendous contributions from so many of the members of the Durham community to make these goals and objectives what they are, and in particularly thanking our engagement ambassadors, members of the outreach team, members of multiple boards, commissions, and committees, including the Planning Commission, the Joint City County Planning Committee, staff from a variety of city and county departments, Durham Public Schools, and many, many others for their contributions and collaboration. So here's a brief overview of what we're planning to cover today. Today we'll be focusing on sharing the full process to date to get to these community goals and objectives, and we'll be glad to answer questions and hear feedbacks or concern about any and all parts of this work in advance of the public hearing. So as our work on the new comprehensive plan began, the city's equitable community engagement blueprint was being developed, and the city and county both were beginning to work towards more equitable engagement. Through early conversations with our colleagues in the Neighborhood Improvement Services Department, we identified specific aspects of engagement that we would work to incorporate into our engagement for this plan based on the blueprint. These have included working to provide information and engagement opportunities in accessible language and in both English and Spanish, asking demographic questions as we engage to understand who we're hearing from through our different engagement methods, letting that data guide where we invest resources in reaching folks to move towards more equitable engagement, compensating residents for engagement and for engaging folks within their communities, particularly through the creation of an engagement ambassador program, and finally, improving coordination across multiple projects and engagement efforts. We have learned a lot about engagement and working towards equitable engagement in our work on this project, but we know we still have a lot more to learn and a lot more work to do to improve how we work with residents and to build trust and relationships with the community. This work has allowed us to hear from many residents who've been excluded from our work in the past, and their voices have significantly shaped the work we're bringing to you today. We're excited to share these goals and objectives that we believe accurately and equitably reflect the needs and priorities of the Durham community. So we began work on the new comprehensive plan in the summer of 2019, beginning with the recruitment for our resident outreach team and raising awareness of the upcoming work to create a new comprehensive plan for Durham. Engagement on this plan began in November 2019 with the listening and learning phase of engagement. We began the project by asking big open-ended questions that were intended to find out what residents care about most and what they wanted to see in our community in the future. Through the listening and learning engagement efforts, and next slide, please, over 1,000 residents shared their needs and priorities for life in Durham now and into the future. Approximately 400 residents came to one of 5 community workshops. More than 600 residents participated in a mini listening session hosted by one of 40 engagement ambassadors, and 169 residents shared their perspective through the online survey. The summary of this engagement is provided in attachment 1 of this agenda item, beginning on page 10. So with all that input from residents, our work started by organizing all of it. Our first step was to assign topics to each comment in order to get a big picture understanding of the topics that came up most. This was an imperfect system, but a good way to get a general sense before diving into more detailed data analysis. These are the top 10 topics that were in the top 20 across all 3 engagement methods. All of these topics were reflected through specific topical objectives and incorporated into multiple objectives, and we'll share more on that later in this presentation. Because we began with big big open-ended questions. We heard input both on things directly impacted by land use planning and decisions, and also input on things not as closely tied to land use planning. The vast amount of input we received shows the ways in which planning and decision-making are completely intertwined with virtually every aspect of community life in Durham. This information directly informed our approach to drafting goals and objectives for this plan. So in August through December of 2020, we drafted 33 draft objectives reflecting the needs and priorities we heard from residents through engagement. We wanted to take a few minutes to share our process for drafting those objectives. Erin Parrish from the Office of Performance and Innovation shepherded us through this work by sharing her expertise and grounding us in an approach and perspective centered on residents. In addition, Nikki McDonald, our first Engage Durham program assistant, was invaluable in this work, bringing her lived and community organizing experiences, helping us stay true to resident perspectives, experiences, and voices. The graphics created by staff to share this process with the community is part of attachment 2, beginning on page 46. So to begin, with the large, rich listening and learning data set that allowed us to elevate the lived experience of residents, listening to, respecting, and honoring the voice of residents who've been disinvested in and actively harmed by planning in the past. We did this by filtering according to the kind of engagement that occurred and the demographics of the people who participated in that kind of engagement. So then we started by sorting every quote that every resident said into coded topics. There were about 70 topics in total, so we created umbrella topics like housing, transit, and the environment. For example, there were about 15 or 20 topics that fit under housing, like belonging, gentrification and displacement, growth and development, homelessness, and McDougall Terrace. We took the quotes and observations coded under a larger number of housing-related topics to find patterns and stories emerging from these voices, beginning with what we heard through the engagement ambassador sessions. So next, we worked towards clarity in iterations by moving back and forth between the quotes and what was drafted to understand what people were saying. We answered a series of structured questions. What are residents saying and why is it important? When we took an equity lens and then asked who benefits and who's being burdened by what we're seeing here. And finally, we asked, how does this fit into a comp plan? Can we make policies about this? Once we answered all of those questions, we were pretty close to maintaining the source material and resident quotes in a draft objective. So then we wrote draft objectives. We wrote all of these draft objectives in the voice of residents who we'd heard from through our engagement efforts. So every draft objective starts with "we need." And last, we revised the drafts to be sure we were saying what we meant and that we compared the drafts back with the resident quotes. The objectives that came out of this process are stories for the kind of future that we want to build for Durham. We believe these objectives and goals reflect our shared values as a community. We want those values to come through in what we're doing in this comprehensive plan and how we're guiding our future together. The community goals and objectives created through this process touch on all of the top 20 topics from each engagement method, that being our engagement ambassadors, the workshops, and the online survey. Many of the top topics led directly to a goal and group of objectives or to specific objectives. The only topic from the top 10 list that didn't result in a topic-specific goal or objective was infrastructure. Resident perspectives under the infrastructure topic were heavily focused on aspects of our street, and those needs have been brought to the transportation goal and objective as well as being brought into other objectives as relevant. We expect infrastructure topics to come through in our policy work in more detail as well. So once we had drafted objectives that we felt were really focused on reflecting back what we heard as the needs and priorities of our residents, we brought those draft objectives out back to residents to ground truth them, to see how well they reflected resident perspectives and hear how to improve them. Before beginning to share those out more publicly, we worked closely with the outreach team over a series of 4 meetings to talk in detail about each one of the drafted objectives. Their early feedback gave us an opportunity to make some edits to provide clearer drafts drafts for the community to review. The outreach team members have been great collaborators, and their perspective and experience has been really, really essential in this work. Early on, we also shared our groups of objectives with relevant staff to hear concerns or questions or feedback before the objectives were shared with the community. As the listening and learning phase of engagement, our focus in engagement was making sure to hear from folks who've been left out or excluded from these processes in the past. We also continued to focus on reaching young people, Hispanic and Latino residents, and rural residents, since we know we still need to do better at reaching these community members. Our second Engage Durham program assistant, Ami Mejia, has been hugely impactful in connecting with both Hispanic and Latino residents and young people, particularly through focus group discussions. We're really excited to continue to improve our connections with these residents with Ami's guidance and assistance. Through our engagement efforts from November of last year to this February, approximately 850 residents provided input on the draft community goals and objectives. We're able to have in-depth discussions on objectives with 8 focus groups, including about 55 residents. And we heard from a total of 174 residents during the fall engagement ambassador sessions for the 9 housing and transportation objectives, and 469 residents during the winter sessions to review the remaining 24 objectives, including topics on things like the environment, schools, jobs, sense of place, community relationships, and health and well-being. We had great leadership from Ideal Ortiz for the Engagement Ambassador Program during this time, who managed this program for both the transit plan and the comprehensive plan. So, and through our online engagement, Social Pinpoint, we were able to engage 152 residents on all 33 draft objectives. The summary of engagement on the draft community goals and objectives provides additional information on how we engaged, what we heard, and the demographic details of those we heard from. That summary in English is attachment 3 in your packet, and in Spanish is attachment 10 for this agenda item. So we wanted to share some high-level information about what residents said about the objectives in this phase of engagement. Across all of the objectives, we received a lot of positive feedback, with at least 77% of respondents noting that they agree or strongly agreed when asked, does this objective feel true for you and your community? The combined disagree and strongly disagree responses was 8% or less for each objective. We use this information and an understanding of the kind of open-ended input on each objective to prioritize which objectives needed the most revision work as we set out to incorporate what we'd heard. So through the various ways we've engaged residents on the draft goals and objectives, we heard where the drafts resonated with folks and also where we needed to make changes to better align with resident needs and to clarify the language that we used. This input came from the fall and winter engagement ambassador sessions, focus group discussions, online engagement, along with input from the outreach team, a staff technical team, and other community or neighborhood groups who sent comments by email. Those, just as some examples, include the Inter-Neighborhood Council, the Environmental Affairs Board, Preservation Durham, the Appearance Commission, and the People's Alliance Environmental Justice and Climate Justice Group. As the engagement period was coming to a close, we focused on organizing all of this input to be able to work through the revisions. Engagement ambassador session and small group engagement input was prioritized as we began revising the draft community goals and objectives. Staff developed insight statements for all input focused on recommended changes to each objective. The insight statements and resident quotes informed changes to clarify the intent and update the language of the objectives. We worked to make revisions without significantly changing the content across all of the objectives, since so much of the feedback of the drafts was generally supportive. So we've provided several ways to review the revised objectives in advance of this hearing. We're including a marked up copy in the agenda as attachment 4, where words removed are struck through and new words are underlined. In English in attachment 5 and in Spanish in attachment 11, we provided a clean copy of the revised document that was shared for the Planning Commission public hearing on April 27th. We have also drafted a few edits to this document specifically based on feedback heard at that public hearing, which can be viewed in attachment 7 with Planning Commissioner comments themselves in attachment 6. We've also posted on the Engage Durham website in English and in Spanish the PDFs showing the initial drafts alongside the versions considered at the April public hearing to easily compare between the two, hoping that this is a little more accessible for residents. We wanted to note some of the high-level changes that we made from the initial drafts to those shared at the public hearing in April. We worked to revise our goal statements to better reflect that these are aspirational and describe a desired future in Durham, reflecting feedback from the outreach team and engagement ambassadors. For all the objectives, staff clarified language and wording to try to improve accessibility and consistency. We included language emphasizing the need for better land use and transportation coordination within our mixed-use neighborhoods, resources for thriving lives objective, and the intentional and coordinated transportation and land use objective, as these are really important planning tools to manage how our community changes. We focused the innovative housing objective on providing affordable housing to residents, now called creative and varied housing solutions. We addressed the contradiction between the formerly titled integrated housing objective, which is now called multi-generational, diverse, resilient, and inclusive neighborhoods, and rooted and connected communities, and removed language from the latter objective that caused concerns from residents that integration of neighborhoods might be forcing or lead to displacement. We also worked to highlight the need for a growth management strategy and the need for sustainability and resiliency across all of the objectives. So in addition to that, we wanted to highlight particularly some of the edits that we drafted in response to comments at the April public hearing shown in attachment 7. In addition to minor wordsmithing, spelling, and punctuation corrections, we addressed the following items. So on page 1, we added the name of each objective nested under each goal in the table of contents to allow an at-a-glance understanding of everything included in the full goals and objectives. On page 3, we made edits to the guiding values statement to address 2 concerns raised by the commission. First, that our statement around equity was not specific or strong enough. And second, to clearly indicate the needed shift towards residents having a greater say in what development happens in our community. On page 7, in sense of place goal, we've reworded that to more accurately state our goal around telling our history, but also acknowledging that we are never done telling that story and that there is no single definitive version of history. After reviewing the document for direction about growth management, we added some language on page 13 under the intentional planning and decision-making objective, making the current lack of growth management clearer. We also identified places where growth management is discussed under the harmonious and respectful development and resilient, carbon neutral, and generationally oriented objectives. On page 14, revising the name from mixed use neighborhood resources for thriving lives to complete neighborhoods resources for thriving lives. We heard feedback that mixed use was not an accessible term and could sometimes mean something different than what the objective is describing. We also added complete neighborhoods as a term to the glossary after revising the objectives to include it. That's on page 50 for the glossary. Page 16, we had under creative and varied housing solutions, adding back an explicit reference to changing development regulations while not limiting our solutions just to regulation changes, and also adding cooperative housing into the list of options mentioned in the objective. On page 18, we called attention specifically to the combined cost of housing and transportation as a component of addressing affordability overall. On page 22, we had intentional and equitable transportation investment make an explicit reference to transportation not only within Durham, but also to surrounding communities. And finally, on page 26, we made that same edit about transportation to surrounding communities to the connectivity objective, in addition to calling out block length as a barrier to connectivity, particularly for non-driving modes of transportation. So I'm going to hand things over to my colleague, Lisa Miller, to close out the presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Carl, and good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to start by just going over the contents for the overall community goals and objectives document. It includes an introductory what is a comprehensive plan section, and then a guiding values section that includes our local government commitment to uphold the values that we heard residents care most about, including equity, accountability, accessibility, and the well-being of residents. It then includes an introduction to the goals and objectives. The next section of the document contains the goals and objectives themselves. In that section, each topical goal statement is followed by corresponding objectives. The objective, which you can see an example of on the right side of the slide here, includes multiple parts, a title that identifies the overall topic and values, an initial objective paragraph, a supporting background paragraph, providing context based on residents' current experiences, a final objective paragraph, and then a group of resident quotes that were used to help draft the objective. All of these parts make up the overall objective and are important to understanding the objective in its entirety. We don't have the revised objectives in the form shown on this slide yet, but they'll be formatted in a similar form once they're adopted. The final section of this document contains the glossary of terms found within the goals and objectives. We worked to use accessible language, but where we did use terms that residents may find unfamiliar, we've provided a short description of their meaning. So the revised goals and objectives reflect what we heard were important needs and priorities for Durham residents. And we want to make sure that all of those needs and priorities are highlighted and addressed. So while some of these topics have very direct land use connections and are typically found in comprehensive plans, other of the objectives do not have as direct of ties to land use. To think through implementation of the objectives that have a less direct connection to land use, we've created a few classifications to help categorize the objectives. The icons on the right there, the first one looks like a gear, and that indicates that the objective can be directly impacted by work in the planning department. The second icon with a circle of people indicates that the planning department needs partnerships and coordination with other city and county departments and agencies to implement the objective. And finally, the communication bubbles icon indicates that the planning department will share the goals and objectives and resident input data with agencies who have the greatest impact on those goals and objectives and discuss with them ways to support and share out their work. Since our initial draft of these, we've revised the classifications primarily to better reflect the importance of collaboration across most of these objectives. We want to note that each objective is important to Durham residents and that the icon next to it doesn't determine its level of importance, but only the way in which it might be best implemented. So we'll go through quickly the next few slides showing the list of objectives, and go back one slide, please, and their classifications to help show how we're sorting them and how much additional coordination we think will be necessary for implementation. So it'll be important to maintain strong partnerships and coordination with other city and county departments to implement many of these objectives. And our team has identified that all of the objectives under sense of place, community relationships, and housing and neighborhoods goals will require significant interdepartmental coordination. Next slide. The objectives here will depend on coordination with city and county transportation staff, with Go Triangle, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and also with our city and county sustainability and open space staff. Next slide. The jobs and trainings objectives are going to require coordination with the city's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, the county's Economic Development Office, and as well as with local employers and institutions. And the public spaces and recreation objectives will require continued coordination with the Durham Parks and Recreation Department and with cultural institutions in Durham. The education goal and objectives will require coordination with Durham Public Schools, as well as the groups and institutions that support our local school communities. And the health and well-being goal and objectives will require coordination with the Durham County Department of Public Health and with the staff responsible for the county's Master Aging Plan and the Office on Youth Listening Project. We also wanted to highlight today two main ways that the community goals and objectives will be used once they're adopted. The goals and objectives will be used as the foundation for the remaining work on the new comprehensive plan, developing policy recommendations as well as a new future land use map. They're working to help achieve the community goals and objectives. In addition, the goals and objectives will begin being used to review land use cases like zoning map changes and annexation requests as soon as they are adopted. We're currently working with our colleagues on the land use team in the department to determine the processes by which this review will be done and reflected in staff reports that come forward to you all created for new cases. The next couple of slides gives a preview, a brief overview of continued work towards a new comprehensive plan. We'll be developing a place type guide that replaces our current future land use categories that we've been using as part of the 2005 comprehensive plan. They'll include more information than our current land use designations, describing attributes of desired land use, and including things like building character or placement, parking and street design, and open spaces. We'll then be creating a new future land use plan in the form of a map that assigns future place types to each parcel in the city and county. The policies and implementation strategies will be ways to implement the goals and objectives through legislative processes, department procedures, as well as Unified Development Ordinance text amendments. Through our engagement so far, we've received a lot of input on policy recommendations, and our work will begin with that input. This work will be focused on how we can achieve the community goals and objectives. And finally, we'll need measures for how Durham is doing at implementing the community goals and objectives through the report card. So the adoption process for the community goals and objectives began with the public hearing on April 27th with the Planning Commission. In addition to this presentation today, we presented this background information to the Board of County Commissioners at their work session on Monday. And then we'll come before you all and the County Commissioners for your joint public hearing on June 15th, next Tuesday, with adoption by the Council anticipated on June 21st and by the Commissioners on June 28th. As a reminder, today we're interested in hearing any questions, concerns, and feedback that you have prior to the joint public hearing on the 15th. In that public hearing, the focus will be sharing this presentation with residents, hearing comments from residents through the public hearing, and for the two elected boards to jointly discuss this work and try to come to consensus around potential adoption of the community goals and objectives. Thank you so much for your patience listening to this. It's been a lot of work, and with that, we're available and glad to answer questions and hear feedback or other concerns you'd like to share on this work. Thank you so much.
Well, Ms. Miller and Mr. Kolosna, wow, what a fabulous presentation on a huge body of work. Wow. I mean, I'm blown away. I knew I would be. And I feel like I got a lot of reading to do before Tuesday night, before the 15th. Is that Tuesday? Whatever night that is. Let me just ask your expectations of that meeting. I know that I'll be co-chairing that with Commissioner Howerton. I believe she's chairing the first part of the meeting, the listening to the public, and I'll be chairing the second part, I believe. And can you just talk a little bit about your expectations for that meeting? I heard what you said just now, Ms. Miller, about you're hoping that the two boards will come together on a consensus. We have these objectives on our agendas for the 21st for us and the 28th for them. Any more that you want to add about that? Any thoughts about that meeting or that public hearing rather?
Sure. I would say if you all can, part of what we are hoping from the presentation today is to get a preview of any concerns or potential issues that you'd like us to have ideas around how we might address in hand when we come to the conversation on Tuesday evening. Obviously, there may be residents who are present there who haven't come to a previous public hearing, so there may be new information. We're prepared to do what we can to turn things around quickly as needed to be responsive. But if there's anything that we can hear from you all today, we did ask in a similar presentation to the commissioners on Monday for feedback. We generally heard positive feedback and just a couple of questions asking for understanding and clarification around some of the planning commissioner comments. And so we wanted to have the same opportunity with you all and just get anything out of the way that we can in order to try and help this move towards adoption, if at all possible.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, comments and questions for our presenters. Councilmember Freelon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have some brief affirmations. It was an excellent presentation, very thorough, very comprehensive, and really building on the foundation of what we saw with the Office on Youth Listening Project presentation. It's just exceptional community engagement work, and I want to acknowledge that. You didn't mention that we've earned like national praise. Seattle wants to know, what these other cities want to know what we're doing here in Durham with regard to our community engagement. And you mentioned a name that I wanted just to put a pin in, which is Ideal Ortiz, who's a tribe member of Spirit House, who's been absolutely instrumental both with the Youth Listening Project and with our overall community engagement strategy. She's an innovator and is part of a tribe of Black women organizers who have been doing work in Durham for 2 decades. And so I just wanted to lift that up and lift her up specifically and her tribe up. Steve and Charlie, you missed this at the end of our last morning session. I'd mentioned that I wanted to talk about We Are the Ones, again, this budget cycle. So I think we're going to tap it on to the end of our meeting today. But as you were talking about her, I was just thinking about, she's also the administrator who has launched We Are the Ones with the private funding that they've already raised. So I just want to, but anyway, that's kind of a side note, but I just wanted to praise y'all for the work that you've done. And I'm really excited about adopting this and teaching our neighbors and our peers in other cities around the country how what Durham do, that's really great. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Amen, council member. I was impressed that the 77, tell us about that 77% figure again, Mr. Kolosna.
Yeah, I believe, I think it was a little higher. Sorry, I need to look at it, 77. Yeah, the general response overall to the goals and objectives in our first round of engagement, when we were sharing them with engagement ambassadors and other members of the community, was overall very positive. We had some very good, specific, a couple of the objectives, and I think we pointed out one of them, a concern that in particular, the objective talking about integration, that integration would come along with displacement or people being forced out of places where they'd been. So making clarifications to that was some of the specific changes that we made. But generally, overall, we heard broad, pretty consistent support for all of the goals and objectives, and we hope they have improved even since then.
Great. I really thought, one of the things I like about this is way more than what we normally think about when we think about a comprehensive plan. You're taking a whole community, you're creating a whole community vision with the support of the community. And so I think that's one of the really great aspects of it. Colleagues, questions, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kolosna, Ms. Miller, I just want to say I've seen in my 6 years on the council, I've seen a lot of work. Seen a lot of projects, a lot of deliverables put before the council for our consideration. I don't know that I've ever seen one that was more impressive than this. This is 52 pages and chock full of a sort of distilled love for our city and our county, the time and passion that ordinary residents put in to engaging with us, the hard work, the blood, sweat, and tears that our staff, our engagement ambassadors, all the folks that have helped us collect that input, have driven multiple engagement processes to try to get us to this point. And the way that the document addresses itself squarely to the needs of the community without regard to limitation. So much of what we do in local government is in the shadow of all the things we wish we could do if only we could do them under state and federal law. This document is different. This document says these are the needs, this is how we ought to meet them, and then it leaves it for the rest of us to figure out how to get there, and that's fantastic. I specifically want to say how much I appreciate the edits that were made since the public hearing at the Planning Commission, and I want to identify three things I really appreciate about that. First and foremost, the reaffirmation of equity in the, and this is all from the Planning Guide Values on page 3, the reaffirmation of equity as a central component to sort of an animating value of why we're doing this entire thing. Specifically, investing and shifting resources. That's the word that you, shifting resources to parts of the community that have been neglected in the past. Particularly Black and brown residents and low wealth residents. That is just incredibly powerful, important to have right at the front of this document, and will drive every decision that's made by what happens after we approve this document. The second thing is around accountability. I was really impressed and inspired, frankly, by Commissioner Miller's words about what a comprehensive plan is and who it belongs to. A comprehensive plan has to be used by planning staff, elected officials, real estate developers who want to do a particular thing and have to follow these rules. There are processes there for developers to try to get the things that they want if they're not allowed under current policies or practices. But ultimately, a comprehensive plan, it belongs to the people of Durham. It is their document. It is to meet their needs, not the needs of developers, not the desires of elected officials who may have certain agendas. It is about the people of Durham, both city and the county. And the additions that were made, not a huge addition to the accountability section of the guiding values document, just talks about how we have to empower residents in the planning and development process. And specifically in the third section, specific references called out to shifting influence and power to the community, to the people to whom this document belongs and for whose benefit it exists in the first place. And so I'm just amazed that we have a document that is now calling that out publicly and not just buried in a footnote or in the glossary section or the definitions. It is on the third page of the document where we talk about these are the values that guide what you're about to read. It's extraordinary. And I know it didn't happen from the two of you sitting down at a typewriter or a computer and banging it out. This is, as I said before, the distillation of so many people in Durham and their love for our place and our people, and a vision for who we can be if only we can break through the barriers that limit us from where we want to be and where we can go together. And so I'll probably have some specific thoughts that I'd like to send y'all offline. Yes, Councilmember Freeland, I said typewriter. I'm old. And I know I'll have a lot to say at the public hearing after we hear from our residents. But for these purposes, for the purpose of this meeting, I just wanted to express my profound gratitude for the incredible work and work product that you have presented us today. It's a testament to a commitment on the part of our entire city administration to go so far above and beyond what is normally done when you draft a new comprehensive plan, to really rethink what it means for a government to go to its residents and say, what do you want this community to look like? And I'll have to say from the very, very beginning, the very first listening session that I went to, that I was struck by how broad a mandate our staff and volunteers were asking for at those meetings. It wasn't what kind of housing type do you think is best in this type of neighborhood? It was what do you want our city to be? Who is it for? What is the purpose of a city? How can we better achieve those goals together? And that's the only way you're going to get something like these 52 pages. And so I'm amazed. I'm totally impressed. Obviously, it made a huge impression on me. And I just wanted to say to my colleagues, this is what our people have told us we ought to be doing, is trying to live these values and to put in place policies that are driven by these values. And if we can't do it because of some kind of law passed by other people who don't live here, let's figure out a way to change it, work around it, or accomplish the goal some other way. That's the work ahead of us. And that's the last thing I want to say about this, is that it's amazing work. And I've gushed about it. But ultimately, it's only as good as the things we do with it as a council and as county commission. It's only as good as the work we do after this to breathe life into this in flesh and blood, but also in pavement, in brick and mortar, and the world, the built environment that we live in our city, and all the different pieces of the comprehensive plan and objectives. So that's probably enough for me today about this. I'm going through the document very closely, and as I have specific suggestions, I'll be sure to reach out to staff about that. And really looking forward to Tuesday's event. I think it'll be our first joint event with the county commission, with us coming together in a joint meeting, which is pretty exciting and very fitting for a work of this importance. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member, for those eloquent comments. Before we move on further, I want to ask all council members who've ever used a typewriter to please raise your hand.
I had to do my college entrance essay on a typewriter.
I had to type my PhD dissertation on a typewriter, dude. After I wrote it out by hand.
I'm having internet problems.
Yeah, the internet, it's hard to reach. It's hard to reach the 60s. It's hard to reach the 60s on the.
Yeah, there was a typewriter in my mom's closet in the back on the floor. And when I was a kid, I would go in and bang on it, but I had no idea what it was for.
Okay, just checking.
I had a word processor for that.
Okay. Other questions and comments for Mr. Kolosna or Ms. Miller? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add my voice to the chorus of how impressive this work is and how well it reflects the commitment to equitable community engagement that that the council and that the city have continued to put forward over the last couple of years. It's when I was going through it, I was having it's such an incredible resource for the city. And then I was like, how do we translate this into a comp plan? You know, like the actual words on the page of how we do development. And that feels like a huge task that is now before y'all, to take this huge, broad, like incredible set of community input that is so valuable, to then translate that into like, well, what can we actually do in this space that we're in and the thing that we're talking about? So I look forward to, to that process and figuring out how we do that. We're kind of blazing this trail with the community engagement work. Like we've set some really high goals and high standards for how we do engagement, and y'all have more than met them. But now we have to figure out what to do with it all. So it's exciting. I feel like we're doing some new things that seem really useful and really valuable for how we do governance in this community. And I think that this project is going to really be a model for how you can engage community around these really important issues. So yeah, thanks y'all. This is really incredible work and looking forward to continuing the process.
Councilmember Caballero and then Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is excellent. Carl presented at DOST in some format recently, and he also did an incredible job there. So kudos, Lisa. I've seen you present several times, either at JCC, PC, or other places. Y'all do a really great job shepherding us through these presentations, and with often limited background knowledge. I also appreciated all the Spanish documents. I did not get through all of them, but I did get through many of them. So I thought that was a pretty interesting addition to our packet. This is amazing. It is way beyond a comprehensive plan. It is basically a visionary blueprint for Durham, what we want to see in so many different ways. And I look forward to the process. I unfortunately will not be at the meeting on Tuesday. I have had long plans to be out of town. And while very important, my family is more important. So I will miss the meeting on Tuesday evening, but look forward to watching the recording after the fact. I guess some of the questions I do have is, how are we going to communicate? And I've shared this with Sarah Young before, just being really clear to Durham residents of what is actually achievable and what is not. Part of being in a democracy is we need to do a better job as a government being more transparent and communicating, and then residents have to do their job of really understanding the structures and the limitations that we are operating under. So as we move forward with this process, I hope that both things are communicated very effectively and transparently, because what I don't want to do is oversell to residents who think that they're hearing a thing, and I would too, right? This is just human nature. Then on the other side, being like, oh, we did all this together and really it's not possible, or I thought we were going to get a thing and now we're not getting it. And so I don't want to be a cynic, but I do want to name that. And I look to you all and the excellent work you've all done and how we communicate with residents, and then how do we achieve what we've got laid out in front of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member. I can't remember who I called on next. I apologize.
It was me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you. I really don't have anything to add or any questions. Lisa or Carl, you're both young, so I don't think this is your magnum opus yet, because I'm sure you've got a whole bunch of output still left in you, but this certainly, I think, will make the list of some of your greatest work when you look back over your career when that time comes. So I just want to thank you. You know, they say the perfect way to mess up a sunset is to talk about it. So I'm not going to talk about it. Everything that Charlie said, ditto, and my colleagues said. So thank you. Magnificent.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments? Okay, great. I did want to mention, I'm glad that Councilmember Caballero mentioned the Spanish language documents. I think that was the first time I've ever seen a Spanish language document in our attachments. And so that was really exciting and cool. So thank you for that. All righty, I think we've done it. Mr. Kolosno, Ms. Miller, we appreciate you. We'll see you on Tuesday night. And I'm looking forward to a good session then, and for us to pass this on the 21st, which I'm sure we will.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, looks like we're finished, but we know we're not. We have a few things more to do. I'm going to actually add one to our agenda that Councilmember Freeman and I have been discussing here offline. I believe that what we have left, in addition to the normal, the appointments and the settling the agenda and so forth, we have some leftover items from this morning that you all discussed at the end of the meeting, which I was not present for. We have, Councilmember Freeman has a resolution that she discussed earlier she would like us to try to take up before the break. So I'd like to discuss that. And then I have two other things. One of them, excuse me one second, let me get back to that. But one of them is the issue of committees and boards and committees and commission meetings. So what I think I would like to do, and I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Johnson if she would consent to this, is I would like to take up first the items that I have for other items, and then I'll chair that part of the meeting. And then Mayor Pro Tem, maybe you could take over and chair the items that you led the discussion of this morning. Would you be amenable?
Sure, that sounds fine, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So let's begin with the discussion. And colleagues, how does this sound? We'll go through these other items that I have for other matters first, and then we'll, including a couple more a couple short items, and then go to the items you all discussed this morning. I just want to make sure everybody's good. Everybody okay? Okay. So to begin with, for the other matters that I have, first, the boards and commissions. Any comments or thoughts that anyone wants to offer our clerks or our administration in terms of thoughts that you might have about boards and commissions coming back in person or in hybrid form? As I said, there's a survey out now, but I know the colleagues may have some questions, concerns, or ideas. Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I'm glad that the survey's out. I would like a little bit better understanding of what it's going to look like for council when we come back before we jump in. So if there can be a delay between when we come back and we can kind of get that piece sorted out so that we aren't overwhelming staff and we have a clear, way to evaluate if it's moving smoothly or not. And then I think as long as it's offered hybrid, I think for some folks, the virtual option has been good. And I don't know if I really want to take that away from residents, but eager to hear what my colleagues have to say.
If I understood you, I think what you said was, did you mean we would come back and then there would be a little break in time before the other time? So we'd be able to learn from that. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that one of the issues, and I know this is one of the issues for staff, is that there's a big technology lift with a lot of behind the scenes stuff necessary to do a hybrid meeting for us. I think there's a lot of concern about being able to do something similar for boards and commissions. We wouldn't be able to staff that up. And so I believe we'll probably have to make some sort of choice, but I know our administration will help guide us. I'm not sure I'm right about that, but I know that's an issue. What other comments or concerns do people want to raise before we, anything else that you want to just raise a flag for our clerk or for our administration? Oh, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I had an issue come up this week, yesterday morning, I guess, at our MPO meeting, which are still virtual, but we typically meet in our committee room at City Hall on the second floor, and as that group tries to move back to in-person meetings, they weren't really sure kind of what the protocols were in the building yet, or what they might be after August. We made a decision that our next in-person their next meeting of the MPO will be virtual again in August. But thereafter, I know there is some desire to move back to in-person meetings if it can be done safely and if City Hall can accommodate those meetings. So just wanted to kind of surface that in addition to some of the other stuff.
Thank you. And I see our city manager has jumped on and may have some comments.
Yes, my comments will be brief, but I did want to state for you all that the meetings that we're working on, because of, as Mayor Schewel has said, some of the technology lift to have a hybrid meeting, that we will be just using the council chamber for all meetings when we start back in August. So that would include we won't be using the committee room for those meetings initially. And we work every week on the steps that we're taking. This is all new territory, as everyone knows, about how we have hybrid activities, how we integrate the public on all the different floors that we have in City Hall. So as those plans progress, we will certainly bring them to you and provide information to you as it relates to your connectivity to those plans. But I think that we intend to have the council chamber itself ready by the end of July for your work session. But that is all that we actually are working on right now for any type of hybrid meetings.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. And I think that what Councilmember Caballero said is smart. I think that, we'll learn from what we do. And I think this will help inform our boards and commissions. So to me, that says we're coming back July 22nd. Then we're meeting in the early August, timeframe for our council meeting. So I think that for those of you all who are dealing with boards and commissions, I just think you need to let them know it's not going to be before then. And, in terms of coming back in person, it will be sometime in late August or early September, or sometime where we can really have a chance to learn. Do you all agree with that, colleagues? Okay. Anything else for our staff? All right. Thank you very much.
I did. I'm sorry. There was one other thing.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my understanding that the clerk is going to continue to have, or is going to have her staff rotate through City Hall on a kind of 2 day, maybe 2 days in the office, 3 days remote, or something in that neighborhood. And I'm wondering if that has implications for how the seven of us ought to be rotating through City Hall. Councilmember Caballero mentioned that to me a couple days ago, and I have been thinking on it a little bit and just didn't know how our situation is a little bit different because each of us can go in an office and close the door. So maybe we don't need to worry about it, but thought I'd mention it.
Thank you. Yes, she raised this earlier. And so I think that coordinating that will be important. And so I think for those who, for example, if Ms. Rudaboris is the person that supports you, it would be good for the council members who are supported by her to be in contact with her and to work out some sort of coordination. I agree. All right. My next topic is in other matters. I had drafted a letter regarding let me go back. We had a discussion at a council work session recently about the defund sign that was painted on Main Street. Councilmember Middleton at that time said he really thought the council needed to make a decision on this. I asked to appoint a committee, which I did at that time, which was myself, Councilmember Middleton, and Councilmember Freeline, a kind of ad hoc group to discuss this. We discussed this. I wrote a draft statement. They redrafted it, and we had some really good discussions. We involved staff. It was good. We had three of us reached a consensus. I've sent the statement out, and I've heard back from some of you all that there are some edits that you would like to see on that statement. Let me suggest instead another course of action. Only because I feel like I'm worn out with trying to draft and redraft it, and I don't think that the actual words of that statement are the important thing. I think the important thing is what is the decision that we are going to make. I had this. Even with the comments, all the comments, there was a clear direction from all 7 of my colleagues, myself and the six of you, that we ask our administration to take up the defund sign within a month after June the 25th, and that we ask our Public Art Committee to commission a mural commemorating the important events following the murder of George Floyd. And that those were the two things, those were really the two actions that were in the statement. And so what I would like to suggest, colleagues, is we decide that today. We give our administration that direction, and that we can all make, if the press calls us, we can all make individual statements. But I think that's the point I think that is most important, is that we have agreement on those things. And so I'll now just ask for your thoughts on that as a course of action to take today. I know that our administration is ready to have direction from us, and I'd like to go ahead and try to give it. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your leadership in convening the working group and getting back to the council. I haven't had the benefit of seeing my colleagues' comments or editorial, but I agree with you that the end result, the end of this all is direction. So I guess the wordsmithing on the document is secondary, actual direction. I agree with what you just said. If 7 of us are in agreement on the end result, then I'm more than comfortable with signing off on what you just said within a month of the date, whatever the date is, June 25th, for them to proceed. And I'm comfortable with that, particularly if all 7 of us kind of are at that point. Thank you.
I think that we are. Thank you, council member. Other colleagues, are you all comfortable with that as well as a course of action? I got some thumbs up for Councilmember Freeline, from Councilmember Caballero, from Councilmember Freeman, from Councilmember Reese, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, thank you. So, Madam Manager, that is the direction of the council, which I will restate briefly, which is within a month of June 25th to please take up the defund sign, and that we also will ask our Public Art Committee, and which Councilmember Freeline is our liaison to commission a public mural related to the events. Is that all you need,
That's
Madam
all I
Manager?
need.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify something? That includes the fund sign as well. And
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Okay,
does.
cool. All right, thank you.
Yep. Yep. Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate it. All right. The third thing before we move into the items from this morning, Councilmember Freeman she discussed at the beginning of the meeting a resolution. So let me see if I can briefly summarize, and then Councilmember, I'm going to turn it over to you. And if I incorrectly summarize, you let me know. That you all know that our state legislature has decided that they don't like critical race theory, and they are trying to pass legislation that would prohibit certain important teachings about race in our public schools. And Councilmember Freeman would like us to pass a resolution supporting our school board in opposing this legislation. And also, it is timely, and so she would like us to go ahead and take it up. I'm trying to get as much as possible on consent for Monday night. We've got a lot of public hearings and we got a budget to pass. Hopefully that will be on consent too. But since it's our last meeting, and so what I'd like to do is council member, if you wanted to talk a little bit about it, share it with our colleagues, and we can talk about it now. I know that's an exceptional course of action, but let's do it, and then we'll, if we can put it on consent for Monday night, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I know there's been so much going on in the last couple of weeks, but I did want to say that I'm open and amenable to whether we just support the resolution that DPS put forward, or if we include the resolution, because I tried to adjust it to just the city of Durham acknowledging that we just went through this whole race equity process that allowed us to kind of internalize a lot of that critical race theory and come up with a whole list of recommendations. And so I just tried to change a few, like incorporate all of what DPS has put forward, and then incorporate the parts around how, as a city, we've also been incorporating and learning. So not just in the schools, but also in our community, we're working to try and figure out how race equity matters in a way that does come across in like a comprehensive plan. And so I'm open to either, just want to make consent, and whichever way is fine.
Council member, one possibility, you have emailed that to us.
Yes, I have.
And so one possibility is we could all just look at it now for a few minutes. Another is that you could read it. Do you have a preference?
I can read it.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Okay. Give it 2 seconds.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'm going to go get my typewriter, my carbon paper.
Bring me some whiteout back too, please.
And whiteout.
And the credit card machine, the old one, right?
Hey, I was a teacher when they had those like purple things that those things that you went around like that, and it had that purple ink and stuff that you got on there. Mimeograph machines. Yeah, it was before Jillian was born. I can tell you that right now.
I had those in elementary school.
All right, good. Well,
Kindergarten.
Before Pierce
I
was
was
born.
going to think I was saying that, not correction paper.
Yeah, exactly. That's correction paper on your typewriter that you dropped in. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I have the resolution, and it's a resolution of the City of Durham opposing House Bill 324. Whereas House Bill 324, ensuring dignity and non-discrimination in schools, states that public schools shall not promote the belief that the United States is a Meritocracy is an inherently racist and sexist belief, or that the United States was created by members of a particular race or sex for purpose of oppressing members of another race or sex. And whereas House Bill 324 is enacted, it would prohibit educators from discussing the full facts of American history when several constitutional amendments were created to redress racist and sexist beliefs as policies in the original Constitution for the purpose of restoring the rights of previous oppressed members of any race or sex. And whereas HB 324 asserts that the United States was not created by members of a particular race or sex for the purpose of oppressing members of any race. However, the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865, and which members of a particular race had, in fact, oppressed members of another race. And whereas HB 324 asserts that the United States was not created by members of a particular race or sex for the purpose of oppressing members of another race. However, education would be prohibited to debate or consider teaching about Jim Crow era, and where a series of laws prevented African Americans from voting or holding office. And whereas HB 324 asserts that the United States was not created by members of a particular race or sex for the purpose of oppressing members of another race or sex. However, the education would prohibit to debate or consider teaching women that were not granted the right until 1920 under the 19th Amendment, or even then, African American women were still denied their rights, their voting rights. And whereas as sound education, including accurate facts about all aspects of American history, including systemic racism and discrimination, is guaranteed for every North Carolina student in our state's constitution. And whereas in 2018, the city of Durham commissioned a racial equity task force based on the Government Alliance for Racial Equity to analyze our city with a racial equity framework based on 3 objectives: to educate our community, research policy, and identify recommendations. And whereas in 2021, the City of Durham's Racial Equity Task Force returned with recommendations for the city and the county of Durham, along with Durham Public Schools, to support ensuring equity regardless of race and ethnicity. I can include gender. Whereas in 2019, the North Carolina State Board of Education adopted a strategic plan which defined equity as an essential guiding principle. And whereas in 2020, the North Carolina State Board of Education passed a resolution to support equity and excellence in North Carolina's public education. And whereas that resolution that stated that the state board will review and appropriately revise its policies through an equity lens and commit to the work with the superintendent and the Department of Public Instruction to create and maintain an equity officer to ensure consistency and continuity with the essential guiding principles inside and outside the agency. And whereas in February 2021, the North Carolina State Board of Education approved the new social studies standards, which were developed by educators to ensure that the more comprehensive, accurate, and honest history were taught to all students, including teaching on racism, identity, and discrimination. And whereas critical race theory is a discipline that seeks to understand how racism has shaped U.S. laws and how those laws have continued to impact the lives of non-white people. And whereas in education, including critical race theory, does not attach individual students for their privilege, but rather it makes them aware of how different systems in the United States discriminate against others. And whereas more than 65 years after the Supreme Court ruling of Brown versus the board, segregated schooling is particularly profound and timely demonstration of the ongoing persistence of systemic racism. And whereas the House of Representatives and North Carolina General Assembly recently voted along party lines to advance House Bill 324, and whereas the House Bill HB 324 approved by the Senate and signed by the governor of North Carolina would be the 7th state to ban critical race theory. And whereas these bills are partisan, divisive, and are the result of coordinated work by the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, and the Heritage Foundation. And whereas HB 324 would effectively restrict and prohibit honest conversations about race conflict with existing state and local education standards and infringe on the free speech rights of students, educators, with existing state and local education standards and infringe on the free speech rights of students, educators, and staff. And whereas in Durham, our Durham Public Schools curriculum and trainings include a race equity lens as we work together to dismantle racism and work together towards a more just future. Therefore, be it resolved that Durham City Council urges members of the North Carolina General Assembly to vote no on HB 324, and if necessary, the board urges Governor Cooper to veto HB 324. And be it further resolved that the Durham City Council urges members of the North Carolina General Assembly to focus on developing a robust public education budget with an equity toolkit that fully supports students in North Carolina. And be it further resolved that the Durham City Council urges members of the North Carolina General Assembly to focus on the following recommendations from our 2020-2021 legislative agenda to address statewide equity concerns, including but not limited to fund dedicated equity directors for every local education authority to develop and share best practices statewide. 2, adopt comprehensive anti-racist inclusive curriculum for every school. 3, incentivize funding for professional development that includes diversity, equity, and inclusion, culturally competent, and anti-racism training. 4, expand on the North Carolina Teaching Fellows Program, especially at HBCUs, and to increase representation of teachers of color. 5, expand state protections of LGBTQ plus students and staff. And 6, expand Title VI protections to protect students against sexual assault. I hope I didn't lose you all. I think we've all had these discussions in the past, and I know that we all support students, teachers, and faculty across our school system, and it's important that we at least submit the resolution so that the House and Senate can hear our voice here in Durham.
My only concern about it's not long enough.
I will say I want to make sure that I give proper credit because I have been like max trying to get summer camp and everything else going. And our, like I said, school board member Giovanni Lewis taking the lead and putting in the time to put this together is really important. It wouldn't have happened without that. And I am happy to bring it forward to our city council.
Thank you. I'm very supportive. I would like it to, I feel like it needs a little wordsmithing, which I'm happy to work with you on if you'd like to do that. There are a few things in there as I was reading it, weren't quite clear to me, but we could do that prior to the upcoming meeting. Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Freeman, for bringing this forward. And there's such this so voluminous and such a great amount of work has been put into us, and I want to honor the authorship of the resolution. We could exercise the option as a council, particularly since this is so squarely in the wheelhouse of another board, so to speak, by virtue of its subject matter. We could pass a statement of affirmation and association, and just kind of attach it to the resolution, and we send it to the legislature. We can read it into our record or make it part of our record, and rather than craft a whole nother statement or take out Board of Education and put Durham City Council when we didn't actually write it, we could just pass a statement of affirmation and association with the resolution and append the resolution to it and send it to the legislature, just to kind of, but that's just a.
Well, I think that was one of the options that Councilmember Freeman mentioned, so that's certainly something we could do.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Yep. Colleagues, any other comments? Anyone else? Councilmember Freeman, how do you feel about Councilmember Middleton's suggestion?
That's fine.
Okay.
I've already read it. Look, I've already read it into the record here.
You sure have. I know.
And wonderfully, I might add.
And wonderfully, it didn't take long.
No, it didn't. A whole 7 minutes.
Okay. All right. I think that's a great idea. Let me just work with our agenda coordinator. I'll work with Ms. Wallace to get it on, and with you, council member, as a supporting the school board resolution. Everybody good? Good. Got all thumbs. Thank you so much. Councilmember, let's you and me talk about that in the next day or so. And then,
I'll reach out to you tomorrow
okay, good. Thank you.
because I want to see those pictures too.
Yeah, I'll send you one in a minute after the meeting's over. So now, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to hand the gavel to you. I know that we have a couple items, and you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We just had two things that we held over. The first was continuing discussion about the city council salary. Councilmember Freelon proposed that we change our original initial direction to staff to that we wanted to increase council member salaries in January of 2023, I believe was our initial guidance. Was that right? No, 2024. We run in 2023. So yeah, in January of 2024, and move that up to be instead to increase the salary in January of 2022, which would have an impact on this fiscal year's budget. We had a little bit of conversation about it. There was not a consensus, and I didn't feel comfortable giving guidance to staff without hearing from the two council members who weren't present. So we just wanted to have a little bit more discussion about it and then decide what we want to do. So let's do that. Councilmember Caballero.
And there was just the open legal question about could it be staggered or not, or did everyone's have to come
right
on at the same time?
Right. So yeah, the city attorney, Krista Kukuro, said that she would find someone in the attorney's office to research that and let us know. We could give guidance to staff pending legal confirmation that it's allowed, or that won't be necessary if we decide not to do it. Councilmember Freeman.
Just noting, I think we did have consensus around 2024.
My understanding was that Councilmember Freelon and Caballero were interested in doing it in 2022 if it was legal, and that Councilmember Freeman and Councilmember Middleton were interested in doing it in 2024. And I didn't say anything because I don't know. And so I wanted to hear from Charlie and Steve really about what y'all think. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Colleagues, appreciate you carrying this conversation over for us. I am comfortable with where we left the conversation at our previous budget work session. Can't remember when we talked about this, but we had a good conversation about it, triggered by Councilmember Phelan's raising the issue initially. I think on the merits, it makes all the sense in the world for members of the city council and the mayor to make at least the Durham living wage, which would be whatever our Durham hourly living wage number is, times 2,080 hours. And I know that we've got that number somewhere in the neighborhood of like 35,000 a year. Does that sound directionally correct? Yeah. On the merits, that makes all the sense in the world to me. My concern now is that it's been some weeks since we had that previous conversation. And now, after the public hearings on the budget, at the end in a morning budget work session, and now at the end of a long afternoon work session, we're considering changing the budget recommendation to include additional pay for each of us. That doesn't seem like a good idea to me. And I think, we had good reasons for leaving it where we did. I understand exactly the issue that Councilmember Freelon is raising today, and the one that he raised in his email to us. There are certainly folks in Durham who cannot afford to serve on the city council under the current salary type situation, assuming it is a salary. But yeah, under the current salary, it's just not okay and not allowed. And that is a significant equity issue, no doubt about it. But given where we are in the process today, I am unwilling to make that additional spending commitment, especially as it relates to our own compensation. Obviously, earlier today, we all decided to spend many millions of extra dollars from our fund balance and from the federal relief funds that we're going to receive after the public hearing. So there's certainly situations where I think that's fine. But as it relates to our compensation, the 7 of us, I'm not sure it's appropriate or a good idea to do it in this setting. Had we not, I contrast the process that we're attempting, that's being proposed to us today, with the process that the city of Charlotte and their city council underwent over the last, I think, 2 years. Multiple public meetings where the issue was discussed at length. Many of their residents weighed in, both in favor of additional compensation for the Charlotte city council members and against it. And they came to a decision, I guess a couple months ago, to include significant salary increases for themselves in their budget, and that will be part of their budget. We have not done that. And I think in order to keep faith with our constituents, and given where we are in the process, that I would not support a change in the budget in that way today. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate everything that Councilor Reese just said. And in many ways, I associate myself with it. I guess for the solace that I take, or the comfort that I take, is that, and the only way I would support it is if it kicked in 2024, that it would not affect, and the 7 of us for me is not a personal moniker, it's an institutional. The 7 of us may very well be different, a 7 of us, when this kicks in. You know, so for me, I'm attaching this to the office, not me personally. I would not support it if this, and even if it's legal, I'm not comfortable with having a tiered kind of salary system, even if it's just for one cycle where 3 folk or however many folk are making one salary and the other with a half are making another salary. I'd rather just be kind of a clean integration where everybody starts at the same place at the same time, which is why I would support the 2024. I think and I deeply resonate with what Councilor Reese is saying, but the comfort that I take is that we'd be doing something that wouldn't even kick in until 2024 if we do it that way. Every one of us can be fired. Every one of us can incur the wrath, and we can revisit the issue as well. And I think that, so I think that helps me deal with Councilor Reese's very salient, I think, and on point admonitions and critique. But I also want to keep faith with, I think, the important equity issue that Councilor Freelon has raised as well. You know, we are privileged to be able to do this because we can do this. And our lives are configured in such a way that allow us to do it. And I think it's important that we do send a signal that we're serious about it, but also leave some space for revisitation and for it not to appear. I would not be comfortable having, you know, 3 of us making one thing and 4 of us making another, whatever the split is. So I'm in favor of, you know, giving Councilor Freelon's advocacy to codify this. I'm not in favor of doing it in 2022 or whenever. Yeah, I would be in favor of it kicking in after the 3 at-large folk have gone through an election cycle and having it happen then. So for whatever that's worth. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Reese.
Just wanted to clarify, that's exactly where I am. That's where we left it a couple of weeks ago, and I'm right there with you. Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you have thoughts you'd like to share?
Well, I'd rather listen if other people have thoughts.
Let's go to Councilmember Caballero and then Councilmember Freelon then.
I'm comfortable. I think as long as there's and I don't know how we would do this procedurally, but just a commitment by this council to say that on January 1st, 2024, council pay will match, you know, a living wage. I just feel like there needs to be some kind of, we're going to keep talking about it, and then there is no, what does that mean, right? I feel like we have 2 election cycles between now and when we're saying we want to bring pay up. I'll just be honest with y'all, it isn't actually sustainable for me. The likelihood of myself running again in 23 is not very high, exactly because the salary is so low. It has been a huge financial cost to my family, and actually just long-term, this is for everyone. Your wages affect your Social Security. The decision to run or not run does have a long-term consequence, because if you're making that low of pay for a sustained amount of years, it does apply to other things financially. So I do want to name that. I think I hear what all of my colleagues are saying. I think that it is important to just, if we're gonna say, you know, we don't make a living wage. If we added up our hours, I doubt any of us are making over $15 an hour. And some of us can can carry that, and some of us can't. I certainly can't. I hear what folks are saying. I don't think, you know, I get the improving, which is why I think originally I was like, okay, well, I can go through an election or choose not to in 23, and folks can decide whether they agree with that sentiment or not. But I do feel like there needs to be some kind of commitment from council about council pay.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Javier, you just nailed it. I mean, we might be losing a colleague because of this equity issue. And I'm also concerned about the potential colleagues that we'll lose in the next cycle. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment and the observation of what our colleagues did in Charlotte, but we're not talking about a robust public hearing between now and, 2024. We're talking about agreeing to codify it today for 2024 without that public hearing, because you don't need a public hearing to determine whether something's right or wrong. It's just, I think we all agree that it's not good, that it's not equitable, that it's not sustainable. And so to me, it's almost like we're willing to say, like, bless you, Javier, you're great, but if you can't afford to be here, then you can't run until 2024. Not for you individually, but for anyone who might be interested in a seat in Ward 1, 2, 3, or for mayor. And I just, I realize that there are kind of political consequences of looking bad, and I'm standing from a place of luxury as someone who's not running for re-election. But I think, particularly for me and the mayor, that all the more important for us to get in front of this and absorb the blows that might come towards the council for accusations of trying to fill our own pockets, and say we have no skin in the game whatsoever. This is about equity, and we're not going to delay equity by 3 years when we have an opportunity to do it, in 2022. So that's what I would ask for you to consider, Mr. Mayor, as you're weighing the pros and cons. I think we can take that blowback and take the heat off of our peers who might be absorbing some negative criticism for this choice.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get some clarity. Is the expectation is that I'm supposed to quit my job to be on council? Is that what this is the conversation we're having? Is that I'm not supposed to have another job? I'm a little bit confused, because based on what Councilmember Freeland mentioned, this would be my full time. Like I'm a little bit perplexed on that.
Can I answer that?
Sure, go for it.
Or I don't know if this would be a staff question, but I forget who mentioned that. Steve, Charlie, you weren't here when we had the conversation earlier this morning, but someone mentioned that in some other municipalities, they force you to quit your other job in order to assume the city council role full time. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. I'm just suggesting that we pay folks a living wage. If folks want to supplement that income with additional work, that to me is a very personal choice. But the city, for our part, should do, should live into the values of equity that we profess. Yeah.
Councilmember Freeman, I was the one who mentioned it because Pittsburgh is a strong mayor system, so it's a completely different process than ours. It was just to make the point that I was surprised that that's how other cities operate. It is not to force anyone to quit their job. Even if we did pay a living wage, we figured it's $35,000 a year based on the current cost of living in Durham. My guess is a lot of folks would still have to work part-time.
Yeah, I think a living wage is still a bare minimum to survive. It's not, you know, it's not enough to afford, for example, rent in Durham. Councilmember Middleton.
I just want to say very quickly, and I really appreciate the spirit of this discussion. I know a lot of people for that, you know, would be wonderful, I think, council members, that $35,000 a year would be a significant bump in their increase. It would almost be like a starting position somewhere for many of them. You know, they work every day in our communities. They're doing stuff. They're activists. So, you know, it's all relative. So what may seem, you know, not enough for one person, that would represent actually a real salary for many people for the first time in their lives, with benefits as well, doing meaningful work for their city. So just want to put that out there, that all of these levels are relative. So thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, council member. I'm torn. I agree with everything everyone has said.
Me too. That's what I was going to say. I was going to use the words I'm torn. I mean, I was very taken by, I think that what Councilmember Reese said about, you know, doing this with no public input right prior to the budget is troubling, because it is about our pay. That does worry me a lot. But I also hear the equity concerns and agree that they're completely real. I get why council members also don't want to, you know, I can tell you, if I was running for re-election, there's no way I would vote right now to raise my own pay. I can tell you that for a natural fact. Although, as Councilmember Freeland points out, I'm not. And so that does give me that luxury, and I appreciate that distinction. What I'm saying is that I'm not really sure. And Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any wisdom?
No. No, I mean, I'm the same. I'm not sure. And yeah, I think it's, while I feel that it is, I mean, like what you said, Mr. Mayor, that if you were running for re-election, you wouldn't vote to raise your own pay. Well, like on the one hand, that's responding to, you know, how the community is going to react, and that's real. On the other hand, should we be more concerned about protecting our positions than we are about paving the road for people to do this job who wouldn't be able to do the job otherwise? And that's, I am concerned about the transparency issue, doing this so close to the budget adoption. I do think that I also think that sooner is better than later. I don't know what to do. We pass a budget in a week and a half, and that's not really a lot of time to do the kind of engagement that that I think folks feel this issue warrants. Maybe this is something that we could put an option in for a mid-year adjustment and do community engagement through the end of 2021, and then have the funds available depending on how that engagement goes, and vote at the end of the calendar year whether we want the additional funds in the budget. It's not going to be that much money.
I love
Hi,
that
John.
idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest this is what appropriations not authorized is designed for. You take 80K and you put it away for ideas that are not completely fleshed out, and then you decide, you can make the decision later. And if you feel more comfortable later in the current fiscal year to do that, then you activate the money for FY22.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Councilmember Caballero and then Mayor Schul.
Yeah, I just want to apologize because I felt like I wasn't clear. I was okay with the original date. I like your idea, so that's great. The original date to me is January 1st, 2024. I just wanted a verbal commitment from council at this point to say, by then, we will raise council pay to a living wage. And then that way the community at large had plenty of time to comment, and everyone who is wanting to run again in this group would have that opportunity. But I did want to at least have that communicated and folks to say verbally whether they agree with that or not. But I also like your idea.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Mayor.
Well, I thought I was convinced that what Mr. Allure, what you had said, Mayor Pro Tem, was the best idea, and then I heard Councilmember Caballero, and now I'm back to where I don't. I'm sorry, I'm so undecided.
Let's do Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to call this your idea since you just came up with it. And Mr. Allure said that's something we could do. So let's go with that for now. Is it your idea that the council's consideration of whether or not to spend the appropriation not authorized, whatever it's called, I probably got it wrong, would come in sort of late December, or say it rolls through our second work session, and then I guess our first work session then rolls into our second Monday night meeting in December, and that we would then take a vote at that time about whether or not to go ahead and authorize the expenditure that was put in the budget as a contingency to increase council salary to whatever number we've decided is okay. And then if that's right, then we would have the work session time, the interim between the work session and the meeting, and then the Monday night meeting, folks could pull the item and speak on it at our council meeting, pro or con, before the council vote. Is that kind of what you had in mind there?
Thank you. I don't know. I mean, I kind of just thought of that thing, so I didn't think through the details so much yet. But I think it would make sense to do it before the new council gets sworn in. So what's that? December, first meeting in December?
Whatever that first Monday is.
So that we're not asking a brand new person to take that vote, that we're taking it. So before that, I guess it depends on how quickly we could do the sort of engagement that would make people feel comfortable with taking the vote. Like, could we do a public hearing in the fall? You know, it's just part of one of our regular meetings. Do we need to do a town hall meeting? Some sort of, doing enough engagement to make people feel like this is something that's happening in the public, that it's been vetted and had the opportunity to be commented on by community, instead of happening kind of at the last minute during this budget. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I love your idea. I still support the 2024 date, but I think your idea allows us to address Councilmember Reese's concerns about transparency and public buy-in, and having an opportunity to kind of, weigh in and rip it up. In this selfish, I want to be part of the council that makes this right, that goes down in history saying that we have brought equity to pay for the council, untethered from my benefiting or not. I want think about this as the institution, not us personally, but the office, the institution. I want to cast that vote to make it, a living wage for council members. And I think your idea of kind of whatever you said, mid-year or whatever, having the opportunity to have this vetted. I mean, we can in concept devote that, commit that we will be the council that does this. But I think to Councilmember Reese's point, we don't have to do it now for this budget vote coming up next week. But if we want to take the time to allow the public to weigh in and talk about it and debate, and then move forward from there. But I still like the 2024 date. Whenever we codify it or bring it on, I'm still uncomfortable with half the council making one thing and the other half making another. And I still think it's important for all of us to have the chance to get fired after this thing is codified, and then it comes online. So I like your idea, but I still like the 2024 date to get a community input on this. So I think that's all I'll say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so can I try to sum up kind of where I think we're at? That we would reserve some amount of money in the budget to be determined by our budget staff that would allow us to raise the salaries of the mayor and the ward council members in January of 2022, pending legal guidance from the city attorney that is legal. And then we would hold community engagement, outreach, public hearings, et cetera, between now and November to engage the community around that idea. And then we would vote prior to the new council taking office whether or not to raise the salaries of the folks in the ward seats and the mayor in January of 2022, or whether we wanted to do that in 2024 and appropriate future funds for that. Pierce, go for it.
Yeah, I think there was what you just stated didn't acknowledge some of the discomfort I heard from some of my colleagues, including Councilmember Middleton, that there might be, with what you described, there would be a period during which some people would get raises and others wouldn't. Regardless of whether or not that's legal, there was discomfort. Is that correct? There's discomfort there at all. He just said a clean slate, which I mean, Javier, I thought that was a great idea to stagger it, but I'm fine making it a clean slate. Like, I think that what's most important is the equity issue. So I'm not sure that quite addressed what every nuance of what everyone was discussing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. I think I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to kick the can down the road a little bit on that conversation. So that's something, so we would discuss that as part of our conversation. We would discuss whether we wanted to do that. We could appropriate enough funding. We could authorize enough funding to raise everybody to a living wage in January of 22. And then we could decide at that point, do we want to raise everybody in 22? Do we want to raise everybody in 24? Do we want to raise just the ward seats and the mayor in 22? Those would be kind of and then we could do community engagement on each of those options and just sort of leave the door open for future decision on it. Thank you, John, for saving me again.
And I just wanted to add, and yes, we will put an amount in place that accommodates whatever decision you make. But there will be you read the analysis, so you know what the $80,000 number is.
Thank you. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you. I think we're getting clarity now. So I think your summation is on point. I will not support 2022. I do support the community engagement with an eye towards 2024, if that makes any sense. So, but I think it should be 2024, everybody starting at the same position. So even if legally we can do it, I'm not going to support funds for 2022 or raises in 2022, but I will support 2024. So thank you for the summation.
Thank you. Should I say that again, or do we feel good? Charlie, you don't seem good.
He always looks that way.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, here's my issue. Here's where I'm at. It's difficult for me to imagine a scenario under which I would vote to raise my own salary without going to the voters to defend that first. And so that's neither here nor there to some of the rest of y'all. That's just where I'm at. But does that mean I should vote against a plan that would put that vote in front of me in, let's say, late November of 2021 and allow the rest of y'all who are still here and I guess all of us, that would allow us to cast that vote then, one way or the other? No, I don't think I would oppose that, no. As long as y'all know, that's kind of, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to do. But that's why we're going to talk to folks about it, which is my main objection to voting for it today. So yes, I can support the idea that we would set aside the money necessary to raise council salary to a living wage beginning January 1st, 2022 for all 7 members, the mayor and 6 members of council. And that we would vote on that as a council in late November. We don't do any business on our organizing meeting until after the new members are sworn in, I believe. So that doing it on December 6th doesn't accomplish our goal. November 15th is the meeting. And that in the interim, well, I suspect that this question will be very salient in the upcoming municipal elections, in which I will not be involved as a candidate, but we will all be paying attention to kind of what folks are saying about it. And I do think we probably ought to have a public hearing on it before then. But yeah, I can support the plan to reserve the money, have the vote in late November. And in the meantime, we talk to folks in Durham about how they want us compensated. And I suspect, the result of that engagement will be some people like the idea and some people don't. But I think at least folks have the right to be able to weigh in. So yeah, I can do that, sure.
Thank you, council member. I see some thumbs. Do we have consensus on this path forward?
Also,
no, we do not. Yeah, Charlie, go for it.
I think the other thing we could decide on November 15th, 2021 is that we don't think we ought to raise all of our salaries on January 1st, 2022, and that we'd rather either never raise them, just scrap the idea altogether, or we could decide that we want to direct staff in the fiscal 2023-24 budget to include in the manager's proposed budget the funds necessary to pay all council members and the mayor a living wage. And yes, obviously future councils will then have the decision about whether or not to give the opposite guidance to the city manager at that time. City manager can propose her own budget, but at least we will have done that part of what we can do as today's council, as this iteration of the council. And that'll be a conversation we have in late November if everybody agrees. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it working out.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. I see we'd have several options at that point. 1, do nothing. 2, raise salaries immediately. 3, raise salaries for half of us immediately. 4, raise salaries for all of us in 24. And probably there's other things that could happen, but right, we're leaving the possibility open to have some conversations and then make a decision later. And who knows what'll happen at those public hearings. Everybody might be really excited about you giving yourself a raise in advance of the next election. I think there are good arguments for that. We are being paid sub-living wages, and that's not something that if it's not something we're willing to see happen in our community, it's something we shouldn't be willing to do to ourselves either. Of course, there's political considerations that we all have to deal with. Mr. Mayor.
I think people want to give differential raises to different ones of us. And I'm looking forward to hearing who wants to give who a raise.
Pay for performance based on whether we like your vote or not.
Pay for performance.
I'm going to wind up owing people money.
Madam Manager.
There is a differential, and you all probably read about that as we continue the conversation, and that conversation around the minimum livable wage would be the same for everyone. And currently there's a difference between city council members and the mayor's salary. So while it's a small number, as we are providing John and his team kind of the number to put in the budget if we were to use the authorized but not approved. I'm probably saying it wrong myself now. But that number would be what we would put in the 2022 budget.
So, Madam Manager, it would be council members would all make the city minimum, and then the mayor would make that plus whatever the percentage differential is currently.
That is what is in the current analysis. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I make about I think a little over 29,000 now.
Rolling in dough. Councilmember Reese?
I think that's probably the easiest, most defensible way to handle it, the way it's in the documents. That's fine with me. The other thing I wanted to say is, though, if the people of this city are going to decide whether or not they think council raises are a good idea based on whether or not they think I ought to get a raise, I'm sorry, but y'all ain't getting it. That's just a straight fact. We all know it. So, okay, I've said way too much about this. That's what I think. I think it's a good idea to give the council a vote on it, and we can move from there.
Thanks, y'all. So are we good? Thumbs. All right, I see 6 thumbs, and that's gonna have to work. Our last item was something that Councilmember Freelon brought up at our morning meeting, was an update from staff on the We Are the Ones funding. Do we have that update? Hi, John.
Good afternoon, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. I cannot give much more than an update than what Councilmember Freelon gave over the lunch hour. In fact, that's what I was going to update on, was really talk about what is budget related and the available funding, and that there was a decision to wait to provide further funding pending on what the county was going to do. So that's where we sit right now. There's a little over $60,000 in the FY22 budget for the We Are the Ones program. And the decision at, I believe it was the council retreats, was when we heard when council heard more information from the county to possibly readdress additional funding, either through ARP funds or possibly fund balance. There's a number of options.
Thank you. Councilmember Freelon, could you clarify a little bit what you want us to talk about right now?
Sure, yeah, and I apologize bringing this up at a late hour. It was really probably something I should have brought up around the same time I brought up the other issue or sooner. But yeah, just thinking about the feedback that we've gotten so far from folks during the budget healing event, the budget hearing before, there's been a call for more resources to go into violence prevention, youth programming, wraparound services. That's something we've heard again and again throughout the budget hearing process. And we actually have a violence prevention fund that we're funding to the tune of $60K, that we're waiting on the other 190 on what the county's doing. And the county is in a really unique situation with everything going on there, and haven't gotten back to us with what they're going to do yet. And I kind of feel like similar to how we felt with violence interruption, where we just said, look, we're going to stick our foot in this. The county put our million up, regardless of what the county decides to do or not do, and to supplement the work that's already being done. So in your email inbox, there's a link to some grant proposal, kind of a fill-in sheet that kind of showcases that We Are the Ones has, they did $250,000 plus in their own private funding, which was part of their commitment. They wanted $250 from city, county, and private, and they've decided not to wait to do the work that we want them to do around violence prevention. And it would be my strong preference to accept the fact that, due to extenuating circumstances and changes in leadership on the county side that are beyond all of our control, it just hasn't made it onto an agenda. And I don't want that to stop us, especially going into the summer. We talked about summer, Brother Middleton brought it up with ShotSpotter. These next couple summers, 5 weeks rather, when we're going to be on a vacation, the violence will not subside. And We Are the Ones are some of the only folks, not some of the only folks, but they're funding a lot of the folks who are doing work on the ground in the community to curb that violence. And I want to underwrite that with city resources, and then leaning on the county to match after we jump in first. So again, apologize for the late hour of bringing this up. First budget cycle, rookie error on my part. But really, this is very much in response to what I've heard through the budget hearings that we've done so far. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Councilmember. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking that we fund $250,000 for We Are the Ones in this budget instead of the 60 or so that we currently have allocated. Okay,
That's correct,
let's hear some comments on that. Councilmember Freeman, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, I just wanted to hear from staff if it was possible to include it in the American Rescue Funds as it in relation to COVID, that these kids have been in their homes all year long and trying to get folks out safely. If it's possible that would be included in those funds.
Good afternoon, Bertha Johnson, Director of Budget and Management Services, currently Deputy Interim City Manager. The question about the American Rescue Funds, first I want to say that the recommendation for the staff was also based on the proposal not being built out with metrics, and there were some other concerns about the proposal. So it was not just that the county had not committed the funding. But to your point, the American Rescue Plan funds could be a source of funding for this. The process by which we are using now is to accept proposals from internal departments, again, as well as our community groups, as well as individuals. On our page that I shared at the budget hearing on Tuesday night, there's a link for residents, groups, anyone to submit proposals. But it was what we proposed to this council is that you wait until you receive all of the proposals for that funding. Outside of the premium pay, which is a recommended use of funds, and make decisions about which organizations, which projects, which initiatives you fund by using a matrix to compare them to each other. So the short answer is yes, it could be, but our process that we share with y'all was not designed for us to, one-off fund proposals from that funding source.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would just note that just acknowledging that this was a proposal that came forward, and I think we were mostly in agreement on it, that it probably aligns more with the pay for performance proposal than with just community proposals coming in. It's something we've all kind of voted on as a way to move forward. So I'm mindful that this is late in the process, but I do think that it's worth, hearing from each of us, whether or not we are supportive of it moving forward. Just acknowledge this summer is here already, and I'm afraid. So I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Johnson, good to see you. Did I guess, because I'm going to make sure I characterize this or don't mischaracterize it. Did I hear you say that the county's reticence or inaction was based upon not having enough metrics on the program? Is it?
No, what I said was that when the recommendation, the analysis, it came from the analyst on the city analyst, there were other concerns about the building out of the programs in terms of the outcomes and the metrics. And so the recommendation was that we wait until we have that, and the staff that we recommended were going to be in a position to do some of that work. So that's off the top of my head. I'm sure Lindsay is here to get more specifics. My point was that it wasn't just that we were waiting for the county. There was some other concerns in terms of, funding the full proposal, but we also knew that they had said that they had planned to go to the county and ask for funding. I'm not sure why the county has not funded it, but I did confirm with Claudia Hager today that they are not going to fund it. And it wasn't that she said it's because they couldn't get it on the agenda. I don't have any more specifics.
Got it. Is this an appropriate forum to discuss specifically what those concerns were that you're alluding to?
I can pull up, I think Lindsay is on the recommendation from the staff, if she can remind us of what that was. I just recall there were some other concerns in the staff analysis. And it's been a while, so some of those may have been rectified by the organization, but it's the last analysis that we actually did.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay Bino, City of Durham Budget Department. The concerns were mostly along the timeline. The reason that we recommended funding the ambassadors first was primarily because that was the information gathering stage, at which point future projects would be predicated on what those ambassadors found as community needs in different neighborhoods. The initial recommendation was to fund, well, one of the possible options was to fund specific components, and that seemed like the most developed part of the proposal. And so that was the recommendation.
Okay. That's helpful. Thanks. I'll just say, at least for me, my agreement and excitement about using the Fed funds for our bolstering bonuses and pay for performance, what we're using money for, was not based upon me having an understanding that we had a rubric that would allow for that and was undeveloped for everything else. My understanding was that we really hadn't decided how we're going to spend this money yet, and we hadn't fully fleshed out the rules, and we just thought that was a neat idea to use some of it for the staff and employees, which I still support. So, for me, it's not separated or kind of neatly put that, well, we established rules for this one, but not the other one. It's all one big pot for me. I resonate, deeply with what Councilmember Freelon has said about, what I believe is a de facto state of emergency that our young people are in the city. I'm not going to advocate for one thing on one end and not advocate for something else on the other that I think could potentially save lives. So I would, this summer is going to be a tough time. This is going to be a challenging period for us. And if we are the ones can post some numbers and do some activity to save our young people's lives, our elders' lives, our residents and citizens' lives, then I would be very open to using some of that federal money to bulk that up. Anything that, of course, with our due diligence in place, and of course, but I don't have a problem with spending $250,000 to do something. I trust Councilmember Freelon's leadership. I think he takes seriously his fiduciary responsibilities. We're not looking to squander anything. If he believes that this is something that could potentially save lives, then I think we ought lean in and do the due diligence, and I'd be open to supporting it with funds from the American Rescue Act. So that's all I want to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council Member. Other thoughts, friends? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I actually have a high level of discomfort about funding this for the American Rescue Plan money, because I do think that we need to hear what that is. If we want to fund it from our own money, that's different. I think that's, for me, that's something that I would certainly consider. I don't think, but I'd rather hear from the state. We're going to get so many amazing, fantastic things that come to us for the American Rescue Plan money. And we've told the community, I think, that we're going to be listening to them about that. For this, I'll tell you what my thoughts are. I'm sorry, I've been trying to pull up the We Are the Ones. I can't quite locate it in my email. But I will tell you that I had two very distinct, that I had two different, very different reactions to the different parts of the plan. And I still have those same reactions. One is favorably disposed towards the mini grants, and not favorably disposed towards the kind of community centers with the medical help and those kinds of things. And I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but because I had no sense that the groups involved would actually be able to pull it off. And I really don't feel that now with the summer upon us. To me, that was, you know, if we were going to do that and got that going, we should have got that going. So I would say, you know, I'm interested in supporting part of it because I do think that you know, this is exactly the time when I think mini grants could be very useful. But I think the idea of, you know, rushing, trying to set up community centers, you know, and I, you know, again, you know, I had, when I saw what the community centers were about and needed to be able to do, I did not have confidence that the groups involved had that expertise. If it's expertise in, you know, working with young people, yes, but there were a lot of other things involved as well, and I didn't feel that then, and I don't now. So I think at the time I expressed my my doubts about that part of it, and so yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Cubby. Oh, sorry, Madam Manager, you want to jump in?
I just want to jump in very quickly. I do want to talk about a little bit about us looking back at the original proposal, because the original proposal was built around $750,000 because it was $250 from us, $250 from the county, and $250 from the private sector. Councilmember Freelon has said the private fundraising has already raised the $250. So whatever our contribution would be, it would involve our staff going back to the organization, sort of rescoping the services that could be provided based upon a reduction if Durham County has said that they're not gonna be a part of it. So I say that sort of in response to what the mayor said in terms of picking out the different components of it. The whole proposal was a $750,000 proposal. So it would need additional work anyway, based upon what we're talking about today.
Thank you. Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I had a clarifying question. Out of that 750,000, it was like close to 60 that we funded the ambassadors piece. So this is just out of the 250, that would be our portion is the difference of that. Am I right on that? Okay, I just want to make sure I remembered, because I remembered in our budget process, our council priorities, it did get funded through that, and I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. And at the time, even that, it was looking at 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So it was not, now that we know what the total, or we know at least what the private sector is, according to Councilmember Freelon, it would be building up, you know, a scope of work that could be delivered with the funding that we already have, plus what would be made available here today. If we went beyond the 60, I think it's 62 that's there for the ambassadors.
Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you, Madam Manager. Other thoughts? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I think that it's important to understand that the organizations that are closest to folks in the community are not likely to have a city track record. And so just noting that they've been doing this work, and so acknowledging, I hear Mayor Schul when he says he doesn't know that they can do it, but I think I want to speak up and say that I know that they can. And this is why I think Councilmember Freelon mentioned that they're already doing it. I think it's just important to make sure that we do support the work that they are putting forward, acknowledging again, as Councilmember Middleton mentioned, the summer's going to be hard. And as much as possible, acknowledging just how hard COVID has been for folks in our communities, especially those who experience so much gun violence, the opportunity to, you know, support this, acknowledging we've been supportive thus far. And I think this is just taking the step to make sure that, I think also noting that I'm confident that our staff, in addition to Councilmember Freelon's leadership, as Councilmember Middleton mentioned, will do the assessment. I'm not thinking it's just going to be dollars that just go out. I know they'll do the assessment and acknowledge where the areas are that we can support and where we can't. So $190,000 from the American Rescue Fund doesn't seem like a heavy burden of $51 million. So I just wanted to note that. And I do acknowledge that there are a lot of other projects that will come forward, and they will be phenomenal projects, but not very many of them will be addressing gun violence and in this way. And so there's an opportunity to allow them to move forward today and getting started, knowing that they'll have city support. I'm just noting that for the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you, council member. Just to clarify, I think what the staff just said was that they had looked at the proposal and had done that vetting and had had suggested that we fund just the 62,000 that now. So what we're deciding now is whether we want to accept that recommendation from the staff or whether we want to fund all of the program instead of taking that recommendation. And I feel like we're pretty divided on it, so I'm not sure where to go. Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, so I guess I'm a little confused about what we're talking about doing. There's a bunch of different numbers being passed around, and I don't know exactly what the money is going to be spent for. So maybe I'll just ask Councilmember Freelon, if the council were to vote today to allocate $190,000 from the American Rescue Fund in the manner that you proposed, what does that mean? Who gets that money? What is it doing in our community? Because I don't know where we are today versus where we were the first time we saw this proposal, and what's changed since then, and why we are all talking about doing something different today. So that would be helpful.
Yes, well, I got some new information today as well with the update that the county is not going to be involved. That was not something that was communicated, as far as I know, to the We Are the One staff. So I think what City Manager Page said would be the next step. We've already decided collectively, before I brought this up, to commit $62,400 to a portion of We Are the Ones. I want to scale that portion by $190,000 to meet the $250,000 commitment that they asked of the city to do some portion of the overall scope of work that they talked about. And that portion would be determined by the staff and the We Are the Ones team as they reassess what a $500,000 version of what they originally proposed could look like. And in the email that I sent shortly before the meeting, you can see the types of things, the micro grants that Steve is a fan of, are already underway. Maybe it's more micro grants. Maybe it's 2/3 of the proposal, the ambassadors and the micro grants, and they don't do the mutual aid centers. I think that what's clear is that there were 3 tiers of work. The scope was $750. Now, as of 15 minutes ago, we know it's actually $500 is what's possible if we step up to fulfill our commitment, and determining what parts of that are subsumed under what we're able to commit, I think would require some conversation with staff. But we can make a decision now to pour into the work that's already happening moving into the summer. And I think that's really important, timely, urgent.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Is it possible to perhaps, and I think John alluded to this earlier, kind of earmark the $250,000, and it would be subject to a drawdown situation in consultation with the staff or coming back to us? We put $1 million aside for a wellness and safety task force that hadn't even met yet. We put $1 million aside in anticipation of what might be produced by them in order to fund them. This is a clear and present danger right now. I think the things that Pierce is trying to address in our community. I think Councilor Reese's queries about what exactly is going to be used for is valid. and it's important. And I remember the original kind of overall proposal and the things that they proposed. But if we want to put in the ability to kind of scrutinize what the money's being used for along the way, then can we not just identify or say we're going to earmark 250 or whatever the amount is, and subject to approval by the staff and consultation with the staff, and if we need to do it piecemeal as a council, I'm willing to do that. But we've crossed the threshold already of putting money aside for stuff we didn't know what it was going to look like, yet we didn't know what the outcome was going to be. So that precedent's been established. This is far more important to me just from a timing point of view, because it is summer now. There's gunfire going off now. I think that, we ought to view this as an emergency appropriation. I'm deferring a great deal to Councilor Freeland's leadership and vision on this. I mean, I've read the proposal of your other one from the beginning. I think, we're fiduciary, so we have to do our due diligence. But the notion of identifying a pool of money for potentialities is something that we've already done. And I think this work is just as important that these grassroots organizations are doing in our city, who many of them are closest to those that are most affected. Do they have all of the stuff we sometimes see in other organizations? Maybe, maybe not. But what they're experts at. And and if we need to help them build capacity to address this issue of gun violence and dealing with our youth, then maybe we need a new department for it. But we should commit ourselves to doing it. So I'm prepared to identify or earmark this amount of money. And if the staff needs to do it piecemeal, if we need to do it piecemeal as the program rolls out beyond what the ambassadors bring back, I think that would be a potential path forward. Precedent already being established. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council Member. Mr. Allure, can we do that? Can we appropriate, not authorize, and in whatever 250,000 minus $62,400 is for We Are the Ones?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
87,600.
Thank you. Okay, so that's a proposal on the table. How do people feel about that? Councilmember Caballero?
I'm just confused because I thought some of it was urgency, so I don't understand what. I mean, I don't even know if we funded it today based on how we have to route things, I don't even know if this would hit in the community at the point we need it to. Just things, contracts, MOUs, whatever needs to happen, those things route slowly. Maybe it could be expedited by staff. That would be, so that's one question I have. And then if we're appropriating it for a later time, then that doesn't meet the urgency that I'm hearing from my colleagues, which I completely understand. So I'm just a little bit of a loss. I'm looking at the proposal right now. We funded it basically has 4 prongs to it. It's the ambassadors, which we've already funded. It's the mutual aid centers, which I agree with the mayor. It's not even about expertise or not expertise. I just don't know if this was presented to us much earlier in the pandemic. And then the other 2 pieces, the emergency relief and micro grants. The emergency relief also, we're just later in the pandemic, we have close to $50 million of federal money that is emergency relief. And what we don't know yet is what the community at large is going to decide to do with that. So that's what was presented. And then just my question around, if we're not saying yes right now, then I don't know how that lines up with the timeline.
Madam Manager.
So if we earmark funding in this year's budget, the funding itself is only unauthorized until we come back and get it authorized with a contract. So on July 1, the money is included in the city's budget if that is where you place it today. So it's not like deferring it way down the road. The deferral is more around the comfort of what the scope of work and the contracting process would take with the nonprofit that we execute the agreement with, which is similar to what we do. Well, it's what we do in every contract that we execute. What you're discussing today is how much would you want to be included in that scope of work that we execute with a very specific nonprofit organization. Just realizing that it wouldn't be what you're looking at there, because from our understanding, the total funding package is not there.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Councilmember Caballero, did you have something?
So the funding one way or the avail is not available till July 1.
If it's in this budget, then no, it wouldn't be available till July 1.
Okay.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that doesn't mean that, we couldn't be working with the, having conversations with the parties. It just means the execution, would have to go along with the funding source.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that just being in a nonprofit organization, just having the allocation noted or approved allows you to at least get up and running. And so what you might, the way that our government runs is not the similar way that the nonprofit sector runs. And so just noting that this coordination is already occurring, and these funds would just allow them to go further into, what they had already planned to do. So right now they're cut back to nothing. Cut back to just what they received in the private sector, and allowing these funds to move forward would allow them to move forward a little bit more robustly into each of the areas, each of those 4 prongs. Even if it is just 2/3, it still makes a huge difference. I can tell you, with DCI doing summer lunch or summer camps, the funds that are available today, it's not necessarily enough to get the job done, but we're conscious that we're going to continue to keep fundraising. We're going to continue to keep doing the work to make sure that the funds are online or available, so that we can continue to do what needs to be done to make sure that the food is available in the community, or make sure that the camp services are available in the community. In a similar fashion, the projects that they're talking about, they're already doing. And so what we would be initially saying is they could add 2 more interns, or 3 more painters, or whatever the project is, however it's structured. You can make do with 50 cents, versus 75 cents, or 75 cents versus a whole $1. It just depends on whether or not we're supportive today. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I have some thoughts that I'll share. I support this program. I think it's a great idea. I'm concerned about the county not being willing to participate and what that means for the scope of the project, and how the project might have to change based on only having 2/3 of the funding that was requested. I'm also concerned about not having a clear sense from the proposal about all of the pieces. I feel comfortable with appropriating the funding for future use, similar to what we did for the Race Equity Task Force, or for participatory budgeting, where we've decided, okay, we're going to earmark this much money for this purpose, and we'll do some more vetting and come back with contracts. I'm not comfortable with earmarking, with right now designating this funding for this program without further review. But I would be comfortable with putting 250 in the budget that's available, and we then can continue talking with the nonprofits and talking with staff about exactly what the program looks like with the changes that we know need to happen in place. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think that what we want to do is we want to get money on the street to people who are doing the work at the grassroots this summer, then I think the mini grants make sense. I don't think that we have anywhere near enough information, or I think around the community center stuff, Councilmember Caballero pointed out, times have changed so much since that came forward that and as I say, at the time I expressed, and I continue to feel, that a lot of the things that are supposed to happen through those community centers, I don't feel confident about. And so I guess I have another proposal, which is to take the part of this that I think could have an immediate impact and just vote to fund it. So I'll just put that forward, that I would support in this budget $100,000 allocation for mini grants. If we did that, that would allow the organization to go ahead and begin to plan for that and advertise for it. I'm not sure if it's the Cypress Fund that's actually doing that administration, but if what we're talking about is trying to do something that's going to be impactful now, and doing it through grassroots organizations in our community.
Awesome, thank you. Love you.
And making and doing it in a way that we can get the money quickly to people who are doing the work on the ground, then that's a way. I don't see the other part of it being that way, and I don't have a lot of confidence in the other part of it. So, like I say, I would support I wouldn't do it like unauthorized, authorized but not, can't remember the term. I would just budget it now. Put $100,000 in addition to that $60,000. Put $100,000 into the grassroots organizations through these mini grants, because we know they're out there doing great stuff. They can use the support to, hire people to do the youth, work with our young people and all the things that we know are important for the summer. So, yeah, thank you. I would not advocate, as Mr. Laura put in the budget. I would not do this as appropriation. It's not authorized. I would just appropriate it. And my number is $100,000, and I take that number because it's close to what the original proposal thought about.
Mr. Mayor, do you mean $100,000 in addition to the 62.4 or 100,000 total? Okay.
100,000 more.
Okay.
That's what I would support. I might support something. You all might think some other things I could support, but that's what I think I would be happy supporting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Mayor, would this be $100,000 subject to the staff working with the folks that We Are the Ones to sketch out the parameters of the mini grant program and then come back to us at some later date for approval? Or is this direction to staff to give We Are the Ones $100,000 as soon as possible so they can design and implement or fund additionally the already ongoing mini grant program, which, as I understand it, again, they've already done a good amount of fundraising for and is in the works? Is that the first one or the second one?
Second one.
Great. Sounds great.
Sorry, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I like the mayor's idea, but I'm still comfortable with it at a $250,000 level. I think the problem is that serious and that significant. So I agree totally with what the mayor said, but I think obviously the more money you have, the more grants you can do. I think the size of what we're facing warrants it. So I support that, but at least a $200,000 level or $250,000 level. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Freelon, and then does somebody maybe want to make a motion and we can see what we have support for?
Sure. I'll make my motion with this comment. I agree with Councilmember Middleton wholeheartedly about the amount and the gravity of the situation. I'm just remembering how much we spent, repairing the lights at DPAC, and, Black folks, particularly Black women organizers who spent the day, praising for their community engagement work are asking for what is essentially crumbs, let's be honest, as far as our city budget is concerned, and just having to scratch and claw for the bare minimum is upsetting, but I understand the concerns. So I also want to be empathetic with the legit concerns that folks have raised. But I do have a motion. I move that we support We Are the Ones for an additional, what was it, $187.8 $1,000, whatever is going to round us out to $250,000, along the lines that the mayor was comfortable supporting the mini grants. I think that's a fine. If that's a fine place to focus our efforts, that will get our collective support. I think that's a good place to put it if we can get that support from one more of our colleagues. So that's my motion. Second.
I would like to second the 187.6.
Thank you, John.
Pierce, is your motion that money would be used for mini grants and not for the other pieces of the program that were proposed?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Freeland, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Schewel?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeland?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the motion passes 6-1. We will be asking our staff to include the additional funding in our budget on Monday.
So one clarification, as we talked about what we're gonna, the amount and the scope, we didn't, I guess, get complete confirmation about the source, to be included in this budget that we're approving. It would be a city source. It would not be ARP necessarily. And that was probably what John was going to say. That's just a clarification for us. And as you know, we do have fund balance. There are sources of funding that we have that we can, certainly include this in the budget.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Yeah, sorry, John, go ahead.
That's all I was going to clarify, is keeping separate when we'd have an ARP discussion versus an annual budget discussion. And this sounds to me like one-time fund balance.
I think that, yeah, we trust your judgment on that. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, can I turn the meeting over to you? I think all we have to do is end, but I need to shuttle my kid to a activity in about 5 minutes.
Yes, you may, and maybe we'll be done
you.
in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for chairing, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, so ably. Colleagues, we'll now hear from our city clerk about the appointments.
All right, let's go through, starting with the first one. Council has nominated Matthew Rudabores to fill the vacancy on the Audit Services Oversight Committee representing CPA. Katie Barnhill Dilling has been nominated to fill the vacancy on the City County Environmental Affairs Board in the category of solid waste. And Wafa H. Khalil was nominated to be reappointed to the Water Resources seat. Angela Vick Lewis has been nominated to fill the Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee to represent the category of formerly homeless person. For the Durham Workers' Rights Commission, with its 3 appointments to represent the category of diverse background, council has nominated Merlesna Azor, Lisa Pratt, and Valerie J. Thielen. In regard to the low-wage industry position, there was not consensus on the single applicant. Robert C. Pickett received 3 votes, and there were 4 votes to re-advertise the vacancy. I wasn't sure how you wanted to address that.
Let's re-advertise.
Everyone good with that? Okay. Miriam Valle has been nominated to fill the vacancy on the Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee. And lastly, related to the Workforce Development Board appointments, Kevin Griffin and Leslie Elaine Madison were nominated to fill the 2 of the 3 vacancies. The third position, Mark E. Atkinson, received 3 votes. 2 council members have requested the position be re-advertised and 2 members did not vote. So your
I'm fine
guidance.
with, I was one of the folks I think who probably said re-advertise, and I'm fine with that 4th vote going to the person.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We appreciate it. Okay. Finally, Madam Manager, are we ready to settle?
We are. For the June 21st City Council meeting, we have for the consent agenda, items 1 through 38. For GBA public hearings, items 40 through 46.
Thank you, Madam Manager. You all have heard the manager's motion to settle the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion is passed and the agenda is settled. I do want to ask the manager one more question. Madam Manager, I believe, and I just want to confirm with you, we have done everything we need to do on our budget. There are no loose ends that you all have. Is that correct?
No, we have everything that we need.
Okay, great. All right, colleagues, thank you all for a long day. I'm sorry that Councilmember Reese has another 2-hour meeting. The rest of us, however, we do also have I think we'll probably can expect a pretty long public hearing on the comp plan coming up next week. And so just, yeah, be ready for that. Have a good dinner. And I think that's all. Unless there's any other business to come before this body, I'm going to declare this meeting at, Councilmember Reese, sorry.
Colleagues, it's hard. It's difficult for me to remember a meeting where I felt better about the things we did. So thanks a lot, everybody. So.
Agreed. Great meeting. I think we did a lot of good things.
Yep.
I'll declare this meeting adjourned at 4:59 p.m. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.